You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Eastland match of the round live from Jubilee Park. A final spot awaits the winner of this Division 2 clash between Ringwood and Mulgrave. The Lions still in the hunt for a double chance. A win today will push them into third, with Croydon and the Waverley Blues set to meet each other. And Ringwood a game behind, but a win for them would also lock them inside the top 5. So there isn't much more to play for this afternoon. It is a massive afternoon out here at Jubilee Park. I'm Ryan Long, Media Manager with Eastern Football Netball League, joined by Brett Beston, Blake Tennant and Josh Ward. Brett, I'll start with you. You can't ask for much bigger stakes this afternoon. It is such an important game for both sides and locking up a final spot with 2 rounds to play.
Absolutely, yeah. It's a fantastic day out here too. It's probably the best day we've had for footy, I think. And looking at the ground, it's an absolute picture. So it is going to be a great game. Mulgrave, as you say, a chance to lock up the double chance, but finals on the line, and it's going to be a cracking game. Well, let's hope it's a cracking game. Should be a beauty.
Oh, it should absolutely be. And the conditions after the last few weeks that we've had, absolutely beautiful. It's almost a
spring
prelude to spring in the September series. Hopefully, fingers crossed, we do get a very nice weather across the grand finals this year. Blake, speaking about today's game, you've been able to probably touch base with Ringwood across the season. Knowing a fair few people down here, you had him very low on your ladder prediction at the start of the season. And they've surprised you and surprised most of us as a final spot would have, at the start of the year, probably seemed a little unlikely.
No, I wouldn't say that. They were 3-0 to start.
Before the start of the season.
Yeah.
Remember where you tipped him?
Yeah, I did. I was very shocked to see that my face wasn't on the wanted screen when you're driving into Jubilee. It's always a pleasure coming down here as well. I think the man on my left here and I will be covering the boundary today. I might need the 50-plus sunscreen. It's very hot down here. The spring's definitely starting to come here. Perfect conditions for footy. And as you touched on, it's kind of like last week, a mini elimination final in some aspects where season's on the line, and it's going to be an interesting game of footy. That's definitely for sure, boys.
It certainly is. And Josh, we spoke about this yesterday on the podcast. It is so close that from 2nd to 6th, where Templestowe is currently 6th, they need a win against Lilydale to have a chance next week against Mulgrave and make the finals after their slip up to East Burwood. But Mulgrave, they can potentially win and then be in the top 3, finish with the double chance, or they could lose and almost miss out with a game against Templestowe the following week. It is that tight between the top 6 sides from 2nd to 5th.
Yeah,
6.
It absolutely is, and it's a similar story for Division 3 with their final round taking place today. So a lot on the line in both divisions, but especially this game. I think for Mulgrave, if they win, it'll be interesting to see if they do get the double chance. But,
absolutely.
It'll certainly be. It certainly wouldn't surprise me if they do get the job done, and if they do get the double chance and have a date with Croydon, then they'll go in very confident. And
if you're listening on YouTube or Facebook, you can see in the top right hand of the corner of the screen the live ladder, the Division 3. As we said, very tight in Division 3 as well. This is what it sits at the moment going into this game. It's a 4-horse race for that last spot. Oakley District in 5th. They're a game ahead of Upper Ferntree Gully, Fair Park and Ferntree Gully. But having a look at the percentages, Upper Gully and Fair Park both have superior percentages to Oakley District. So if Oakley lose to Ferntree Gully and Upper Gully or Fair Park pull off a win, yet it is difficult because they play against the top 2 sides, they jump into 5th. Ferntree Gully, if they defeat Oakley District by 31 points or more, and that can change depending on how much each side scores, they'll jump into 5th if Fair Park and Upper Ferntree Gully lose, Josh. There's so many possibilities.
And according to Ray Baird, Ferntree Gully defeating Oakley District is a fairy tale. So I think it's certainly possible.
Blake, what do you think? Because I think you would back me in on this one. Is that Ferntree Gully a big chance?
Oh, they are. And just seeing all the outs and ins and all that. But I think I've got to make sure I've got to keep my job secure as well with Ferntree Gully winning as well. So, it's going to be a fascinating thing, and it'll be a good day to see who's on the lowest scores today, because you'll be keeping posted. It'll be like a meltdown, just everything going like that sort of stuff coming straight at you.
How did that go?
Yeah, I'm not sure about that, but we'll certainly have a look at the live ladder for Division 3 across the afternoon. But right now we are joined by the senior coach of the Ringwood Football Club in Brett Rowe. And Rowe, it's great to have you on board. Massive day, great conditions, beautiful day for what is a big contest.
You couldn't ask for better, could you? How good is it? Yeah, it's a massive day for both teams. So we're just hoping we can just be the best version of ourselves today and do what we've been doing the last couple of weeks, and hopefully bring that today.
Absolutely. Obviously, it's a lot to play for with finals on the line. A win will get you in, and same for Mulgrave. And it's that tight between 2nd and 6th that even for a Mulgrave point of view, they could finish in the double chance or finish outside the 5. So it's been such an even competition, which is great from an outside point of view, and then also a very interesting game every time you play one of those sides.
Yeah, it's the beauty of this division. It's so close, and I think I mentioned before that sometimes you can have a relaxing game and still get away with it, whereas you've got to be on nearly every game you're playing, because anyone can beat anyone. As you can see the last few weeks, there's been some upsets over the last few weeks, and we've just got to make sure that we're playing the best of our ability today, and hopefully get the job done.
And on top of that, it's Scott Lang's 200th game, and I believe it's just the 5th play in the club's history to actually reach that feat. So a massive achievement and a big day for him, and hopefully for your sake, you'll be able to get across the line for him.
Oh, absolutely. I was saying in the pre-game that to play 200 games of just senior football is an amazing achievement. It speaks loyalty to your club, and he's just been like that. And he's just been an unbelievable rock down half back. To be honest, I reckon he's been one of the best. Probably not now because he's getting a bit longer in the tooth. But when I first started, he's probably one of our best defenders. He's probably in the competition, and he probably didn't get recognised. I don't think enough. But I guess that's Scott. Scott was happy with that. But we knew inside our the 4 walls that we knew what we were getting every time from Scott, and he's become such an invaluable player for us.
Breach, you've come into this game off a good win last week. You had a big win over the Basin. And going back to the earlier game between the two sides earlier in the year, you got beaten by a couple of kicks. Do you put anything on that? Was there anything you can take away from that you can improve today?
Oh, yeah, definitely. I think the first half we were very... Mulgrave are in the top 3 for all contested footy, their clearance work. So we know, and in that first half, when we played them the first time, they just destroyed us there. They were really clean, really efficient, and it just exposed us. Then the second half, we were able to then just change a few things, and we just got the ball the way we wanted it to play. We improved a bit around the contest, and we were able to get a bit of a flow in there, and we just didn't make the most of our opportunities. I think we had something, around, we maybe doubled their inside 50s, but we just didn't score. I think maybe for the second half, we got 9 goals, 12 or something, or 9 goals, maybe 14 even. We just didn't take the most of our opportunities. And, but again, you don't want to be in a position where you've got to chase tail all the time. You want to be able to set the tone early in the game. So we're hoping today that we'll be able to.
Yes, Brett, always a good chat. I just want to say now, I've been waiting to get back to Jubilee Park. Just want to apologise about my ladder predictor. I know I said it.
There was actually a couple of them. Someone else also picked up.
But yeah, just formally announcing here, I do want to apologise. I think I was here for the Heathmont game and came up to you and shake your hand. There was a few. No, it's always good seeing Ringwood back on the ladder list as well. But do you feel like with the game today, it's been, your season's been, you started it off really well, and then you dropped a few, and then you won, a couple there. Do you feel like it's been a, high and low sort of impact season for you guys?
Oh, there's no doubt about it, Blake. We've had the earlier when we had our list probably at our strongest. We were able to, as we could show, we were able to compete really well and be a part of the the top half. And then we've slowly but surely we've got injuries to this. So I think I've mentioned before, we've had 12 of our best 22 probably out for the majority of the year. We've lost 6 for season ending, so there's only 6 guys that have been able to come back. But I think it speaks volumes for our playing list that those guys that have come up, and also our so probably more towards Adam Waugh, who's our reserves coach, that as is a byproduct of just having injuries, then they're suffering because there's no one coming back to them. Yeah. and therefore they've been light on. But Adam's been able to keep preparing these guys that we've been calling up, and when they play, they're playing at the standard we're expected and the way we want to play our brand of footy. So, so it's been a real learning curve again for our group with that list with those injuries, which are not ideal, but every club gets them. But I've just been really proud of them so far that we've been able to still be competing, and here we are 2 games out from hopefully a finals berth, that we're still competing for that spot.
Definitely, and I just want to touch on about the club, the culture, and how it's going. It's a massive day for your club tomorrow with the 17s playing off in a grand final. It's a massive day. Obviously, girls, it wasn't the best year for them, of course, but and just seeing the reserves, they're sticking at it, of course, and you guys are obviously trying to contend for a finals point of view as well today. But how is the club going with that sort of stuff? Because I think judging from all your social media and all that, I feel like the bond is definitely growing here at Ringwood. It's sort of the place to be, sort of thing.
Yeah. Well, we try to make it that sort of environment. There's no doubt that we've had our challenges in regards to obviously our injuries and with the twos, and our girls just had a year that they're just in the wrong grade. And to be honest, I think the girls' divisions need to be graded. I think they need to do a grading process, because if you look at, and I'm going off tack here a little bit, but if you go through how the divisions are set up, you look at the percentages on some of those girls' teams, like they're massive. And then you look at some of that, I think they've got to look at maybe trying to grade the girls' era, like to basically say you try and find that right balance for all the girls' teams, I think, because girls' footy is really important to every club. They're really important to us. Because they bring a different dynamic, and we want to see them successful as well. So, and they bring really great energy and culture to us as well, and to our juniors. Yeah, like our under 15s played in the finals last week as well. Unfortunately, went out. But the 17s, it's a massive achievement for this group that just came together probably last year. So I think the club's in a really good spot with what's coming through over the next few years.
And touching on the juniors as well, obviously a couple of weeks ago you debuted Lachlan Gorman, who scored a goal on his debut as well. Do you expect that connection to grow and more of those 17s in the next couple of years to start playing a bit of senior footy?
Oh, absolutely. That's how you build your footy club. Give the opportunity to these guys that that they're showing something, and like they train with us as well. So they'll train before us, and then a handful of them just come and have a run around with us as well. And it's funny, because they come in and they literally don't put a foot out of place. Like they just roll straight into the drill. They keep the drill at a really high level, and again, like youthful enthusiasm keeps everyone on their toes. And I'm hoping in the next few years, especially next year, 'cause a lot of those 17s roll into our 19s, which we haven't had for a couple of years. So again, it just puts us in a really strong spot.
Absolutely, and some of those experienced players as well coming back to the side this year. Harry George, Jaden Cairns, after both missed or didn't play last year. Just how crucial have they been coming back into the lineup? Because Cairns, he had a great start to the season, and George has had a pretty good season as well.
Yeah, we were great. It was right when Jaden recommitted, because Jaden, as everyone does, they went overseas. Jaden went overseas. Harry just wanted a year off. And to have them back has really improved us. You just realise how important they are to us as a team. Yeah. Harry with his forward pressure and able to kick goals, whereas Jaden just brings us really good run. He's got good speed, and he can run for a fair game. So they've been massive for us, and we're really happy that they came back.
Brett, it's a huge afternoon ahead. You've got the President's Lunch on as well. A lot to look forward to. I know you're a very busy man, so we appreciate your time coming on board for the pre-game. All the best today, and for Ringwood's sake, hopefully a win and a final spot.
Yep, beautiful guys. Thank you.
Brett Rowe there, the senior coach of the Ringwood Football Club, and has done an unbelievable job at the club, and very much looking forward to seeing how his side go this afternoon, the first time we've seen Ringwood live for a match of the round in 2024. Josh.
Yeah, and he's one of the best coaches going around. We keep saying it, but he genuinely is, because you don't coach a side to 3 grand finals. Obviously, no success in them, but you don't coach a side to 3 grand finals if you're not a good coach, and he's done exactly that, and has lifted them up once again this year.
And has done well with a side in the last couple of years that is very young.
Yeah.
They bring back some players into the group this year, Blake, but as he said, they've had injuries, and they've had, at times this season where they've been debuting, obviously, Lachlan in the under-17s, getting some of those young guys back in because they just haven't had the full list available, which is interesting, but it makes it for quite a few challenges, but they've done such a great job to be in touch with the 5.
It does, seeing the reserves game, it hasn't really gone their way today, of course, and, it just shows they're deaf though. Like they feel like they can get it done. With a few people going out. Speaking to a few people, as you alluded to with my connections down here.
Connections.
And just saying, like
the mayor of Ringwood.
I wouldn't say that.
Mayor of Ringwood and Montrose.
Oh, yeah, sorry, yes.
Well,
Club liaisons can't make his mind up.
My old man used to play here. He's won a BNF there. It's on the walk on the road down there.
So he is, but your name is.
Yeah, but the name is
but it's not your name.
Can we move on, please?
I'm trying to get to my question here, but I'm just saying, the def is really good, even though their reserves, it hasn't been their greatest of years. I think they're second bottom on the ladder as we speak right now, but they must be pretty happy about how they're going with their def players coming through the ranks.
Definitely. We're going to go to some of those games around the grounds before Matt Richards, the senior coach of the Mulgrave Football Club, joins us. Having a look, we're just going to go through the Division 4 ones quite quickly. Churnside Park play Forest Hill, Keelside play Nuttawading, Whitehorse play Croydon North Emlock. I think you can almost pick those three as locks in Churnside Park, Keelside, Whitehorse, unless anyone disagrees.
Nope.
And
I think out of the closest of those three games will be Whitehorse, Croydon North Emlock.
Croydon North have been competitive.
Yeah, they definitely have been really competitive. I've seen last week, I think,
10
Josh,
points.
10 points.
Yeah.
So that's a good start for them. And, like if you look back, if you would have asked me probably 4 years ago and say, about Croydon North, playing against Whitehorse today, I would say you're kidding yourself that they'll win. But I think it'll be like a very close game. And I think Whitehorse will get it done. I trust them at home, but I definitely don't trust them as much as I do when they play away.
No. And I think also the other thing that probably takes the interest out of this division is now, in the last two rounds, of course, is that the top four is locked in. And Churnside Park will play Scoresby in the first week of the finals. 1 or 2, doesn't matter. They'll play each other at Bayswater Oval on the Saturday, and then on the Sunday, Keelside play Whitehorse. Next week's maybe a bit of a talking point because Keelside and Whitehorse will play each other in the final round of the season, Brett, before playing them in a final, which is always
you
an
still want to
interesting
keep your form up,
matchup.
though. I totally understand what you're saying, and that's exactly right. The top four is all locked in and not too much can change, but you want to keep your form up. And also, if you're playing a contender that you're probably going to meet in the finals, there's a little chance to get that psychological edge
and it's
going
also,
in as well.
It's also at Springfield Park too. So it's going to be interesting, that one, Besto. But we'll obviously have to say that to next week. But it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, definitely right. Let's move into Division 3 now. And as we said at the top, it's a 4-horse race to that 5th spot on the ladder. The games this afternoon, I think Oakley District, Ferntree Gully is the big one, because without this game, that nothing else matters. This is the one. If Oakley win, they're locked into 5th, and all this hypothetical talk is nonsense, and Ray was right.
Fair enough.
If
We can't have that happen.
Can you believe it?
No, we cannot.
Can you believe in fairy tales, though? Like,
And so I actually
He'll
don't
be telling fairy tale stories next Saturday night.
I don't think this is as big of a surprise if Ferntree Gully wins. Ferntree Gully beat Oakley District early in the season, Blake. The thing that it does is that because, interestingly enough, Oakley lost by 80 points. Is it correct last week, Josh?
81 points.
81 points. And you would think, well, that's pretty unlucky for him because it's given Ferntree Gully some chance. But it's actually, Surrey Park should have won that game by a lot more. And if they did, Ferntree Gully could have almost just had to win to make it.
Yeah.
Can I just also add to this, and I know we're talking about it, but if you're at this ground, please, I beg you to update the live scores.
Well, this
please.
is on Oakley District because they are in. Obviously, they've got the home side has the Play HQ app, and we'll be updating them. So
that's just the goal today, because it's obviously a big, it's a ramification sort of game, and if you're listening on, please update the Play HQ, please.
No, absolutely right. So we'll hopefully be getting those updated scores. I'll be working through the live ladder as the day goes through, and hopefully we'll be able to get proper updates.
Have you got any connections down there, you reckon, today?
Well, Jaden Adolf, of course, is
well, there you go.
member at Oakley.
Yeah.
Unless Ferntree Gully are winning by 31 points, and maybe he might go quiet. But
That sounds like you, Blake.
He'll go the way of he'll go the way of Blake.
Yes, that's typical.
Really whispers.
Having a look at the other two big games in this division, boys. Brett, Donvale play Fair Park and Ferntree Gully play Surrey Park. On paper, you just think Surrey Park and Donvale win these games and you don't give them a chance. Is there something on the line where both Donvale and Surrey Park, they can't move from their spots. Both will finish first and second. Is there a thing where you come into a final round of the season and there's not much to play for, and you may take it a little bit easier against a side who has everything to play for? Is that a factor? Is that a mental thing?
Look, you'd hope not. If that is the case, well, then they've got to look at themselves, because that's what I just said before. With the four, even though the top four is locked in, you've still got to keep playing. You've still got to keep winning. I mean, I suppose in the back of your mind there's I hope we don't get any injuries this late in the season, but you've got to go out there and keep your form up, and I think that they are the two form sides, and I think they'll both get they'll both win today. But stranger things have happened. Donvale have had, because they got beaten 2 weeks ago, was it?
Yeah, against Knox.
Yeah, by Knox, which is sort of came out of the blue a bit, but I think that was just a minor aberration, and I think they'll go through the rest of the season without too many hiccups. And Surrey Park, I know Josh is a big Surrey Park man.
Mayor of Surrey Park himself.
Flying at the moment, so I think they'll get up today. Yeah.
No.
Well, Josh, you were there at the Surrey Park game last week, and look, they were pretty confident about not putting the foot off the pedal, continuing this form going into a final series, which is so important. So I think you know pretty well that they're going to go into today's game against Upper Ferntree Gully wanting to win. And for their sake, we'll see how it all plays out. But we're going to leave that for the moment. There's a lot of talk in Division 3, but also Division 2, the game we're at today. And the senior coach of the Mulgrave Football Club, Matt Richards, has joined us. Thanks for giving up some time for the pre-game in what is a massive game for not just yourself, but Ringwood as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for choosing today's game. It's it is. It's tight, our comp, as everyone speaks about. It's it's really good for suburban footy, isn't it, to have such tight comps where anyone on their day, obviously we've got Baronia as the standout, but for the rest of the 5 or 6 teams, it's huge, so it's exciting.
Absolutely, and as you said, I mean, from 2nd to 6, you could finish in a double chance, could miss out. There's that much that's up, how close the division is, and a big result last week was the win that you guys had over Croydon, and that's really put yourselves into a chance that if you win today, you'll move into the top 3 with those two playing each other, Waverley Blues and Croydon. So it's really opened up some doors.
Yeah, absolutely. I try not to look at the ladder. I lie. I'm looking at it right now, aren't I? But it's that was a really good performance by the boys last week out at Croydon. It was a little bit like today's weather. We'd had all that rain, that big block of 3 weeks of really crappy weather, and we got out there and Croydon's ground was in great condition. So you could just see for my boys, they were excited about that. And then, look at what we've walked into today. It's just beautiful out there. So, it's going to be an exciting day for footy. Yeah,
Matt, list-wise, how are the boys tracking? Is everyone in reasonably good health? The list is where you want it at this time of the year?
Yeah, it is. We've got, obviously, Fletcher Roberts isn't playing today. He's just got a little bit of a calf.
Is he a chance to come back at some stage? Because a little dicky beard tells me that he's cooked.
No, not at all.
Who is this person?
Sitting beside me, I believe.
No, he's had a couple of weeks off with the calf, so I think he'd be really close coming back soon.
Really important cog, because he is your leading goal kicker. But having said that, you're not sort of one-dimensional up forward, because you also got the other 2 big boys, and and Dean, and also both have been able to find the big sticks as well.
Yeah, that Booth goes all right occasionally.
Yeah, he's a fair player,
But Fletcher will be back, so that's good for us. And he's an assistant coach too, so it's non-stop what we get off him around the club is enormous, so it's good.
Yes, of course, coming into the game, huge ramifications. As you said, not looking at the ladder, I'm just looking at you.
Yeah, can you shut that screen?
Just want to talk about, your season, judging and, speaking to Rowie before about, your season as well. I think when we covered your game, I think against Waverley, I believe, you come back from the clouds and, it was a big win for the club as well. But another few games where you should have kind of won and you lost, and then you win a big one against Croydon last week. Do you feel like you're on par with, the inconsistency and consistency with the year as well?
Yeah, look, there's been a couple of games this year where we've generally lost them. But and that's through our own, I don't know if it's just our own fault, but if we're just not switched on to the game. But when you look back at that later, you can work on what we did wrong. So it actually makes it easier than, if you just continually, if everything's just working for you all the time, you don't see what you've done wrong, whether it's, my coaching or, areas we need to work on. So from every loss, we do, we can take something out of it and then learn from it, which is really important. And then to hit our straps at the right time, and we did this last year as well. Where we got a run on late in the season to get us into the finals. We fell over once we got there, which was a shame. But the boys are pretty keen to get to finals.
And I'm touching on as well. I like seeing this as well. You know, your 19s, 16-0, I believe. Did they win? I haven't checked that they won.
They won
so
again
a
last night.
Perfect season, 16-0. Must be very proud. And you know, your reserves are all over Ringwood at this stage right now as we speak. And you know, if you win today, you know you're in that category as well.
Yep.
But how has the club gone with potentially all sides playing finals?
Yep.
You know, it hasn't really been the best of luck. You know, you probably have your one team. You know, I know your 19s have been in back-to-back grand finals, I believe too. So it must be pretty proud about how the club's going.
Absolutely, mate. Absolutely. For me, taking on the top job, it was hugely important to get all three teams back playing finals. Having been around the club when that has happened before, it's just huge for the community. You know, everyone gets involved. We had huge numbers last night for our 19s game as a night game. A lot of support, and the Twos have locked away their spot in the finals this year already. So that's great. And now it's just up to the seniors. And hopefully 5 o'clock tonight we can have that and go into next week knowing that all three teams will play finals. So it's huge.
Matt, do you feel like the conditions suit you today? Because obviously when we did see you out at Central Reserve, it seems like you enjoyed getting out into the open and really just utilising that speed some of the players like Tyler Valanis, Riley Valanis and all those players have.
Yep. Yeah, I think it will work well. The ground itself, with just the condition of the ground, like it's just exciting. We do have some speed. We just had our pre-match where we spoke about that, and even Boothie's excited. You know, he might get up to 35 metres out from goal today with his speed. So, but yeah, we've got some really core players who, obviously I don't need to mention, but everyone, Lin Jong's having just a cracking year. So the conditions help. He's got a big smile on his face. Mind you, he's been dominant in the wet weather. He just comes to play footy. So, and he's the continuity with the group now. Like, we're well aware of how lucky we are to have him, and it's exciting. The boys love playing with him.
And that was actually going to be my next question. Just touching on Lin Jong and the form he's been in. Is this the best form he's been since coming across to Mulgrave back to Mulgrave last year?
Well, he only got 7 games out of him last year with an injury, which was a shame. It was a nasty injury in his neck. So to come back then after, he could have ended last year. But yeah, we spoke at the presentation on it last year, and he was pretty excited about having one more crack. And the first pre-season session in November, he was there. I didn't put any pressure on him, but he likes to keep fit, and so he uses footy and the footy training as a way of keeping fit. And come game day, he's just a beast. He's just awesome. Yep.
Certainly right. And also, obviously, it's a few weeks ago now, and we had Adam Booth on the podcast to speak about his milestone game. 300 games. A legend of the club and the league itself, and is still running around at his age. The way he's going, it's you don't know if he's ever going to retire. But what does he mean to Mulgrave and to you, and watching the way he's been able to put through his career into even now still going strong?
Yeah, look, to Mulgrave it'll be something that's talked about forever. We're 100 years next year, so he'll figure strongly in all the 100-year stuff. But to me, as a coach and as a mate, he's heavily invested. Like, we speak regularly. He, after the pre-match today, he then grabbed the forwards and he had some really key messages for them to work through today. So, yeah, he's real invested in the club, but a key contributor to everything we do.
How old do you think he would play to?
Look, so what is he? He's 42. He's lucky, right? He's 6'5". I say to him, try playing at my height, mate. But he can.
Do you see another 2 more years, maybe?
Seriously. Like he likes, like, he's a fit guy anyway. Yep. So he's definitely still adds something to our team. Like, and he knows that. The minute he can't contribute, I wouldn't need to say anything to him. He'll pull the pin. But they've got to find someone to match up on him. Every opposition, no one's just going to leave him on his own. So,
and how crucial has he been for developing some of those younger players who have mainly come through the Glenwave, or have come through pretty much the Glen Waverley Rovers junior program? How crucial has he been for their development?
Yeah, look, he's good, but he's also he's just a knockabout suburban footballer. You know, like he has a laugh, trains hard, like he trains really hard and he gets up, but he's loud and he has fun. He has a laugh at training, but I'll tell you, yeah, if anyone takes a chest mark in front of him at training, they hear about it. Like he just loses his shit over it. So, and he kicks the footy. If he's 10 metres away from him, he's trying to kick it 50. He's trying to break blokes' fingers, and you know, he's a pest. Well, let's be honest. But yeah, he'll bring it today.
I love that.
And yeah, he wants to play finals.
Yep.
He's desperate to play finals for our footy club. So he played in the 2010 grand final 14 years ago. It's a long time. So yeah, he's pretty keen.
Absolutely. It's a big day for you and the club. We're going to let you go. We really appreciate your time on the pre-game. All the best this afternoon, and hopefully for your sake, a Mulgrave win and locking up a final spot.
Cheers. Thank you.
Matt Richards there, the senior coach of the Mulgrave Football Club. And I think they're in a very strong position this season if they do make it. And I think they're probably looking at Mulgrave, Croydon. I think those are the two sides that I think could really challenge a Baronia. I don't think if Templestowe get there, they're going to be able to make enough impact. No. Ringwood have got a lot of injuries, and that would probably be my concern, is that they're not at full strength and they're quite young, and just making the finals would be huge for them. And the Waverley Blues have dropped off in form over the last month. So, look, the door is open for a grand final for the Lions, but the work has to start today, doesn't it?
I didn't want to say anything because I didn't want to sort of think I was putting the kiss of death on them. But
no,
if they lose today, Mulgrave, they're going to play Templestowe next week.
Correct.
And that could be a colossal game.
I think,
no, it's at Mulgrave.
I think they go into that game either way as favourites. I think today they go in as favourites.
I think so, and I haven't got the live ladder ready for that one just yet.
But sharpen up, will you, mate?
I'll tell you how it'll work. I'll tell you how it works.
Here we go.
If Ringwood beat Mulgrave today, they're locked in. Mulgrave lose, they'll drop to 5th because of their poor percentage. I think it's at 95, Josh, around that sort of mark.
Yeah.
And then Templestowe still have to beat Lilydale today to make that elimination.
Which they should. But
they should.
But stranger things have happened.
We saw last week where Templestowe lost to East Burwood the week prior, and that was a game we thought that you pencil them in for a win.
They might finish up kicking themselves, that East Burwood result.
I agree. I think that might come to bite them.
I think that will come back to bite them. But key to Mulgrave, and if they make finals, if they get the double chance, will be Adam Booth. And I was hoping to ask this to Matt Richards, but I'm hoping they're building a statue for him sometime soon.
Is he really 42?
Yeah. Yep.
Wow, that's incredible.
And he was Josh. Where was he in the Chandler in the Division 2 medal last year?
I think he was second. I remember he might have been.
I reckon
second.
He was top 3 or top. He was definitely top 5,
which is just remarkable for.
Yeah,
I was playing vets 7 years before that.
Really?
How was that, Lee? Did you full forward or?
I was all over the place.
And where was that?
Surely there's some footage of this.
I also coached and team manager, so sometimes I wish I could have put myself on left, right, out, but
Where did you play? Sorry, I know it's
that was Churnside.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. We're opening up a fair bit of stuff if we get into that. But we're going to take an ad break now. We'll be back to go through all those games around the grounds and then talk about this game out here at Jubilee Park. It's Ringwood and Mulgrave for the Eastland match of the round.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Jubilee Park. Eastland match of the round between Ringwood and Mulgrave. Going to get kick-started at 2:20 p.m, half an hour away, but that gives us a bit of time to go around the ground. So all those big division games this afternoon in the senior men's competition. We talked about the Division 3 finals race, the 4-horse race for that last spot. And we talked about those 3 big games that are going to play a role in who finishes where. And I believe at the end of that, we pretty much kept our tips the same, that we still think Donvale and Surrey Park will beat both Fair Park and Upper Ferntree Gully to knock them out.
Everyone say aye.
Okay. Oakley District and Ferntree Gully. Now, I think Brett, you were leaning towards Oakley still.
Yeah, I think Oakley might get it done today.
Josh, I think you tipped Oakley on the podcast yesterday.
I'm going to go Ferntree Gully, actually.
But do they win, or do they win by 5 goals?
I say they win. I'll go with actually Spider's tip. I think they win by 4 or 5 goals. I think
you're just cruel. You are just cruel.
I would love to see them make.
For those who have just joined us, Ferntree Gully, if they win by 4 to 5 goals, that would not be enough to overturn the percentage.
I would love to see them make finals, though, because Beck Riker, it's obviously his final season.
Well, it could be. It's funny that Stanton and Kiker both, it could be their last game as senior coach. They could both make a final series, or one it could. Yeah, they can't both be there, so it's very interesting. This final day.
And I'd love for both coaches to make finals, but as you said, either only one can make it. So, I'm tipping Ferntree Gully, but they need to get off to a very quick start. They need to get that 5-goal buffer in the early stages of that contest.
They did it at Wally too, Josh. So, they can definitely, they were all over him. I think Ferntree Gully over Oakley District. So.
They can, but can they hold it? That's the question.
That's another question to.
And I've also got a tip as well, boys. I think if I want to keep my job secure,
I was about to say.
I think I'm going to go the Gully in this one, but I think I'm with Josh here. It's going to be tough, because obviously they'll be checking the scores. The Upper Gully, just seeing, if Surrey Park decide, we're not going to show up for a quarter, or Donvale not going to show up for a quarter. But I'm going to go the Gully. But I'm with you, Josh. I've just got that feeling, I think it'll be between a 24-28 point margin. That's my prediction. I might be a cruel man, but that's just how I
think if they get close, they're going to reach that 5-goal mark, and they'll win by more. I think I actually have that feeling that they'll win by 5 or 6 goals, or they'll lose the game. I think if they get that good start, as you said, Blake, there'll be a big chance. But we'll be keeping an eye on those results across the afternoon. Let's jump into Division 2 and the games this week. Obviously, today's game at Jubilee Park is the biggest of all 5, with the winner to lock themselves in towards the finals. A couple other interesting ones. Templestowe versus Lilydale. Now, this is just an absolute must-win game for the Dockers. The hypothetical, if they lose, and you look at the ladder at the moment, they're sitting 6th, a game behind Ringwood and a bit of percentage. If they lose this one, they're just about out. They're not mathematically out if Ringwood lose as well, and then it might come down to percentage in that final round. But if they can't beat East Burwood, if they can't beat Lilydale, Brett, then they don't deserve a spot in the finals.
That's right, and this business about and we do it every time. Like if they lose and they can hope for these results, they need to have their fate in their own hands, don't they?
They need to have some form going.
Yeah, and that's the other thing, and they need to get some wins on the board going into finals. So they have to win today. It's non-negotiable, absolutely.
Do you think they bounce back at home after a really disappointing week last week?
Oh, they have to. They have to.
No, I agree. I think this is a game that they'll win comfortably, Josh, and for them as well, percentage will be key because that might factor in that final round if they're going to play finals or not.
Yeah, it absolutely will, and they wouldn't mind getting that percentage Mulgrave hope for Mulgrave to absolutely thump Ringwood out here, much like the reserves are doing at the moment. But
can't see that, but you never know.
I can't see it either. I think it'll probably be a 5-goal max margin. Templestowe is still lacking some scoring power. Like Cole Giovannini has gone up there and done a great job, but they still don't have enough.
Would you keep him there up forward after he kicked 7 against the Waverley Blues?
I think so.
But to back you up, sorry, I know off topic as well, but Fogarty's also a big out.
That's a massive out.
For Templestowe. How many weeks do you know, Ryan, top of your head?
How long he's been out? Or how? I think it's been a while, probably the mid part of the season. And
he's been massive. I reckon if they add him into the mix, I could probably see him playing finals.
Well, But if
you look at it, Mitchell is having probably a dominant,
massive year.
Yeah,
he's incredible.
And if you think about it, if he would palm it down to Fogarty 9 times out of 10, you expect, right? And he's probably a very good ball user, right? If you add him to the mix,
you can play Giovanni more time up forward.
Yeah, so that's just my opinion. But I think with Fogarty, they're a better team.
Even if he comes back, though, Fogarty, if he's been out for 4 or 5 weeks, he's going to be a bit underdone, isn't he?
So he's pushing it, isn't he, with time?
And with Mitchener as well, like he's getting all those possession, and it's a ridiculous amount of possessions he's getting each week for a ruckman. But it's just when we saw them against Croydon a couple of weeks ago, almost half the time, he was turning it over that game.
Yeah.
Yes, he was.
Yeah. I don't know. I thought he played pretty well that afternoon. It's one of those. It's very interesting who would be the ruck in the Division 2 Team of the Year because Mullinger Hughes had another massive season.
I think you've got to go Mullinger McHugh.
You might have to go the old All-Australian sort of thing. You pick your best ruckman and then you put the other one on the bench. It might hurt the other ruckman because
Bo was the Team of the Year ruck last year, I believe.
And was Mullinger McHugh in that team?
He might have been in the team
on
of the
the
year.
bench. I can't remember off the top of my head.
I think Mullinger McHugh overpasses him now because he's had a terrific season.
Yeah, the disrespect kind of thing, like they pick
It's
one.
not disrespect. It's if you make the Team of the Year even on the bench, that's a very good season.
Right. Yeah.
Even if you make the squad and don't make the team, I think you've had a very good season. The other game probably to talk about is the Waverley Blues Croydon, second versus third.
Yes.
With Croydon a surprising loss last week to an extent against Mulgrave. I think everyone believes that the Lions are capable of that performance, but I think just the Blues' consistency heading into that game was really strong, and that's why we may have all tipped Croydon. And remarkably, a loss here would put them outside the top 3, Josh, and would be a big blow for a side that, for the majority of the season, we've talked about as the second best team of the competition. So if results play out this way and they miss out on the double chance, which I don't think they will, that would be a disaster if they go through and have to play an elimination final first off.
Oh, absolutely. I think they'd much rather have that double chance because then they're better geared for taking on Baronia in potentially a second semi-final and a grand final as well. I still think they're the side that if Baronia is susceptible to anyone, it's Croydon because they have the ability to squeeze sides. Their turnover game is really strong and they can move it just as quickly as Baronia. I'm tipping them in this game, despite Waverley Blues bringing back Cole Vickers and Jack Strongman. I think Vickers will probably play the rest of the season with the Waverley Blues because it's a very big inclusion because Port Melbourne, they're not playing in the VFL finals this year. So, add him into the lineup. That's a great goal kicker to have.
We've seen that as well with a few other teams where they're VFL teams, they're not going to make finals, and now they're qualified to, get them into, a big September ahead, Josh. So it's pretty good.
Maybe you should take the mantle of VFL correspondent, Blake.
I don't know. You probably know a bit more bit more than me, Josh, with all the...
Moving on. Heathmont play East Burwood and Boronia play the Basin. Again, tips on this one. I think everyone would be tipping Boronia against the Basin, unfortunately, for the Bears. And I still think the Jets would be too strong for the Rams.
Can I just say, it's a little bit of a local derby or derby, whatever you call it, the Basin and Boronia. They don't
it's
really
a derby. We don't live in WA.
Sorry. But they don't really like each other, these two sides.
No, they don't.
Boronia and the Basin. I remember...
Good rivalry.
I think we covered one of their games.
We did, yeah.
So I don't think they actually like each other, but I think you got to back in Boronia.
I think this one gets ugly.
Yeah. You reckon ugly?
Yeah.
Absolutely. First versus 10th, and Boronia have put away Mulgrave by 100 points this year.
Yeah. I was going to say, it could be the ton.
And they'll probably enjoy the smaller terrains of Batter and Reserve.
Yeah.
I think it'll be in the wet too, that game too, wasn't it, Ryan, when they belted Mulgrave?
Yeah. I can't remember. It might have been, I think you might have been right.
But and of course I, off air we did say, and, listening what you guys had to say about with Matt Clark, he did rest Mellis this week as well. He was up to, resting plays coming into finals. I think it's a good thing as well.
Yeah.
And
it's a luxury of being
it is.
That far clear on top, isn't it?
And that Harvey Ching gets a chance too, which he alluded to on the podcast. And isn't that great to see that, he's giving him an opportunity to play senior footy because, I think he alluded to that he's been in their best players for about 7 of...
He has played seniors at North Ringwood before and obviously Port Melbourne going back a couple of years. So he gets a chance. This is, it's going to be hard for a lot of these players to hold their spot threat going into a final series because they have a lot of depth. So if you're in the team now, you're going to be fighting hard to hold your spot.
Yeah, but as you say, there's an opportunity maybe to the odd player to be rested. So there could be the odd personnel change, but they're just so good, Boronia, and it's... I mean, you don't want to put the kiss of death on them, but it's impossible to see them not going all the way. And we've said that all year.
But it's a different game.
It's going to take something monumental. Imagine if they get to the grand final and get rolled.
Yeah, well, we saw that last year with South Bay.
Well, we did.
We
did.
Well, the one difference is Boronia have had a loss like Donvale as well.
Exactly. Yeah, that's correct.
So there you go.
Well, we're going to jump into Division 1. Again, there's quite a few games that probably pick themselves. Bayswater take on South Belgrave, and South Belgrave, Luke Dunstan playing first senior game for the Saints.
Hello.
They also bring back Kai Windsor, I think, and he won't qualify, Windsor, will he, Josh? We had a look at that yesterday. Won't qualify for finals. The Garner's back in that game. I think that one, again, could be another ugly result. I think South Belgrave might punish the Bayswater side there. Doncaster Park Orchards,
Sharks.
I'd imagine everyone be the Sharks of the Park Orchards variety.
Sharks.
2 Sharks. Murrelbach, Wanturna South, bit of a nothing game almost with...
Wow, if you listen to Spider...
If you listen
not according to Spider.
We should be doing this game of the round.
Yes, this is the biggest game of the round.
Yeah. He did allude. I kind of agree what he was saying. I know it means nothing if you look at the ladder, but...
In the context of the season.
I mean next year. He's talking about next year.
Even next year, I don't really see what this game's going to add.
But I could see what he was saying,
Both sides want to finish strong.
Well, if you look at it as well, Murrelbach have also got a 17s player, Josh.
Not Mason Sheedy, Ronan Collins and Mason Sheedy also on debut.
Well.
So, and Wanturna South 2 debutants as well, which is great.
North Ringwood play Montrose. Again, Montrose must win.
Easy win for North Ringwood.
Well, let's Blake, have a look at this. If Montrose do win the game, they'll be relying on, because I don't think South Belgrave are going to drop their next 2 because they've got 2 easy games.
Yeah.
Mitcham play Beaconsfield this week and then Park Orchard. So that's your road from a Montrose perspective to make a double chance. If the Tigers lose to the Eagles today, it also opens up the door for Beaconsfield, but Montrose have a superior percentage. So they'll be keeping an eye on that game just to see if the Eagles do win.
I was just saying, if you're a Montrose supporter, I think you can get a 1-game membership to be a Beaconsfield member today because you'll be going.
You'd be tearing it up very quickly the next week, wouldn't you?
You'll be that's it. You'll be getting your 1 game instead of your 3-game membership, as people like to allude to. But
so where's your head at this week out at Walker Park?
I'm going Beaconsfield.
I tipped Beaconsfield on the podcast.
Yes.
Josh, you sticking with Mitcham?
I'm sticking with Mitcham. They've still got a strong midfield, and
Jesse ran back in the side.
You just love them, don't you?
I don't mind them.
Anyone with the allegiance that you have to Montrose shouldn't be
Yeah, you'll want
pot calling the kettle black or whatever the saying is.
That's right. Yeah,
Brett?
I'm tipping Mitcham as well. They do play Walker Park very well. I love going to Walker Park. It's one of my favourite grounds, and I think they'll get it done today.
Yeah, no, you like them too, don't you? Did Wexy approve your tip too, by the way? You know, like I know.
Well, he's a late inclusion, actually, Daniel Wex.
So he's back.
Side this week.
He's come back. That's great.
That's good news.
I just think, although Mitcham have won, I think, 11 out of their last 12 and some really good form, the Eagles have got probably their full strength side in. This is probably the best side they're going to have. They've had no changes. They need a big scalp if they are to, make a run at it in the finals, I think. They've beaten Montrose twice, but other than that, they've never beaten the Tigers before. They were very close to Park Orchards. I think it's just their time. I have that feeling.
The old saying, you can have a lot of history, but history always goes against you. It's always happening. I saw a couple of times where a team's got a hold of a team and then they lose. So I wouldn't. I think today's the day where the Eagles fly.
Might as well get the yellow and blue pom-poms out, Blake.
All right, let's jump into Premier Division now. Baldwin versus South Croydon. I think the most interesting Premier game in this division this weekend, because South Croydon are playing for their season after their loss to Vermont and Blackburn's win over Roval. A loss here and they're pretty much done, and it's going to be a tough ask. And Bourne just starting to find some form again, Brett. A big win last week. It was 51 points against a Doncaster East side who is still pushing teams. So they go in with a bit of confidence themselves, and they do get a couple of players back in the lineup.
Yeah, they do. And South Croydon were disappointing last week. I mean, they had a chance to win that game, but in the end, Vermont were just far too good, and they won it pretty comfortably. And I just feel that, Baldwin had a little, I mean, they started off the season flying, and then they had a little bit of a flat patch in the middle. But as you say, a couple of guys coming back, and I think Baldwin for me today, and a tight one.
Yeah, Blake, your thoughts on this one? Can you give South Croydon a real chance this afternoon?
Well, their season has been, I think where we've tipped against them and they've won. I think
that's true.
listening on to a few of your boys' podcasts that you've been doing on the Friday.
And when we tip them, you're right.
They lose.
Well, I think, did any of you guys tip South Croydon beat Roval?
Don't think so.
So there you go. But I can't. I just can't see them today. And what do you know? They'll probably win today, no doubt, because that's what South Croydon do. They like to do them all about them. I feel like Brendan Allen, and I don't know if Josh Yachty.
He's re-signed.
Yeah, there you go. That's also good news for South Croydon fans, to seeing him going at it again, which is exciting news as well. So, but to me, I just feel like, I think, Josh, as what you said on the thing, their midfield is just having a terrific year, Bowen, and seeing Bourbon and Bowen Smith having a terrific year for the Tigers, and how good's Charlie as well. You can't lie. He's a terrific player.
He's a terrific player. He has started to find some form,
which is what you want, right?
Well, for Bowen but for all the other Premier Division sides, I don't think they want him in form. But I'm tipping them here now. Vincent Zagari is listed as an emergency. We've seen South Belgrave list some of their VFL players as an emergency. It'll be interesting to see if he comes late in for Baldwin. But, they bring back Josh Bollocks as well. Had a really good season in the Richmond VFL side. So, Baldwin for me, 2 or 3 goals to the margin here.
Yeah, I think the Tigers, not by much. I think it might be that 3 to 4 goal margin, as you said. Blackburn take on Noble Park, and their biggest win of the season came last week when they did defeat the reigning premiers on their home deck, and they head back to Moreton Park to face the Bulls, Brett, who have been a little bit better in a recent couple of weeks, although I think they've played some of those lower sides, and it's a big ask for Noble Park to then head to Moreton Park.
I'd love to tip the Bulls. You all know my allegiances, but they just haven't quite got it done this year. A little bit of better form, as you say, in the last couple of weeks, but Blackburn always tough to beat out at Moreton Park with all those red jackets flying around. So I think
those red jackets,
magnificent.
So I think the Burners will probably win that one.
Yeah, Burners.
I'm with you on that. I think Blackburn comfortably. Norwood take on East Ringwood. Vermont take Berwick. You'd expect both sides of East Ringwood and Vermont to win. And percentage is important, Blake, because particularly Vermont, if they can really get a hold of Berwick today and have a big win, boost their percentage, potentially they get very close to Roval.
Yeah, indeed. Percentage is very much key, because the double chance is very vital in Premier as I. As we probably all say, you want the double chance. You want the best best spot that you can get so that you can, fight for the premiership as well. So, and I'm just having a look at the East Ringwood side, boys, and I'm telling you, I reckon it's going to be like the Baronia, the Basin game. I reckon that game is going to be very ugly. That's just what I'm saying. They haven't really changed any players as well. I saw young Remy McLean as well. Could be playing. I know he's an emergency, but he's a Eastern Ranger that's he's having a terrific year for the Eastern Rangers. So
Connor Downey as well coming in. Adam Swisberg.
And Lowson as well playing. Oh, geez. I would not want to be.
They've got a very strong side in, don't they?
They've got that's probably one of, if not their strongest side of the season.
Yeah,
I reckon.
Is Preston listed as well?
I don't believe so.
No, I think Preston's out this week. Is that
yes.
right? And having a fantastic run of form, Corey Preston is at the moment. Roval taking on Doncaster East in the final game of the Premier Division round 16 fixture. Interesting one for the Hawks because just over the last couple of weeks their form has dropped off, Brett, with a couple of results that probably were surprising against South Croydon and Blackburn. And now all of a sudden their spot in the top three is up for grabs because they play East Ringwood next week. And if you base off the two sides' form in just the last fortnight, I think you'd have to tip East Ringwood. So this becomes a must-win game for Roval.
Yeah, I think Roval will definitely get it done today. I believe they've got a couple of guys coming back in today as well. So you're right, their form has been a bit patchy, but as I say, there's always that little off-patch even for the good sides, and they'll peak and come home nicely, I think, at the back end of the season and win for them today.
Josh, Brett alluded to some of those guys coming back in. Lachlan Wine's probably the big one that comes into that forward line, but they do lose a couple as well. Brolick is one of those players who come out of the side. Colclough, I think Brock Cloker comes out of the side as well. So they do have a few changes. I don't know how much does that affect a side going against a team who, again, doesn't have a whole lot to play for when they're not going to play finals. They're not in conversation of getting relegated. It's one of those games that, it's still a banana slip game, I think, for the Hawks.
It still is, but I think, again, with the conditions, we saw them on that Sunday game a couple of weeks ago. They absolutely loved it, and someone like a Lockie Wine was one of their better players. Mav Taylor not playing hurts a little bit. I'm still backing them in because Wine comes in. You add in Matthew Evans to the forward line, and he's had a great run in the reserves. I think mentioned in the best for the last 6 or 8 weeks. Tyler Edwards, Liam Coughlin. You bring in some VFL quality into the lineup. That boosts the side a lot.
The way they played in that game that we watched them out at the match of the round against Vermont, they were just outstanding.
Oh, yeah.
I thought that was your benchmark of this division when a side plays like that. And East Ringwood have had some really good form across the season as well. And that's why they sit on top. Baldwin's first 10 weeks were really impressive. So it is wide open. Just for a tip across the board, if you had to tell me a winner from Premier Division right now, I'm still with Roval. I still think Roval
for the flag, you mean?
For the flag. I still think Roval can find their best form at the right time and win out. And I think that the double chance is very important for them, but I think they'll get there. I think Roval to beat East Ringwood in grand final for me, Brett.
I'm going the other way. I think it'll be. I think that would be my grand final, but I think East Ringwood for me.
Yeah, I tipped the Roos at the start of the year to win the flag, and I think Josh did as well.
Yeah,
so you joined me.
I'm sticking with them.
Yeah, I guess we'll be allowed to go to their grand final after party if they win, which would be nice. But
you can go anywhere you want. Like you've got like a
He just walks in. He's not invited to any of these places. He just comes in. And
there's the one who goes all the way to. I know people.
That's you, mate. We're going to go to our last ad break in just a second. A big game this afternoon, obviously, Mulgrave versus Ringwood. There's a lot to talk about across the broadcast, so make sure you tune in. We'll have those scores updated around the grounds with so much happening coming to the final rounds of the season. This game here in the reserves, currently it is Mulgrave 16-6, 102. Beating Ringwood 3-4-22, so they're going to go on for a big win out here at Jubilee Park, and the senior men's are to follow in just a moment. Make sure to join us again on Radio Eastern 98.1 FM and Facebook and YouTube for the Eastland match of the round.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Yes, welcome back to Jubilee Park. This is the Eastland match of the round this Saturday afternoon. What's the date, of course? We're still, there we go, 10th of August. This afternoon we are set for bounce down very shortly at Jubilee Park. My name's John O'Ven, heading up the coverage this afternoon on the call. My partner in crime this afternoon, Brett Beston, will join us in a second. As a matter of fact, he's coming to the desk, but I say a very good afternoon once again to Ryan Long. Thanks for leading us through pre-game.
Thanks, Jono. It's great to be out here at Jubilee Park. Always a pleasure to come out here. We're going to be here next week as well with Division 3 finals starting at this ground. And out of all grounds we've seen in recent weeks, obviously a bit of sun this week, so starting to get better for a final series. This is in just absolute perfect condition. So I'm sure the players on both sides are going to look forward to running out today on Jubilee.
Absolutely, and joining us back at the desk after contributing to pre-game is my calling associate this afternoon, Brett Beston. Big welcome to you. There you go.
Thanks, mate. Yeah, looking forward to this one. It's so much on the line, isn't there? As we do when we get to this time of the season, and it should be a cracking game. And the weather, absolutely one out of the box style. The sun's just stuck behind a cloud for the moment, but no excuses. The ground looks a picture, and I think we're in for a fast, open game. Well, let's hope so anyway.
Indeed we are, and it's no coincidence indeed that I'm joined by two very happy Sydney Swans fans, Ray Baird and Paul Iaconi on the Stat Centre. Ray, we'll go to you first. It's great to have you, mate.
Yeah, thanks,
Welcome.
Jono. Thanks for having us here. This game is going to be an absolute ripper. Both sides have got a lot to play for, and have a look at this ground. It's in immaculate condition after what we've seen over the last few weeks with the weather. So the weather gods have been good to us, and we're looking forward to a really good game.
Indeed, what a fantastic deck it is. Good afternoon to you, Paul, as well.
Good afternoon, Jono. Good afternoon, gentlemen. What a day it is. It's a wonderful day for footy, and of course the last round of second last round of Division 2, and big game for both sides.
Indeed, as well as we can see Mulgrave's senior side coming out, led by their skipper and Colin Tilliard. Can we go down to the boundary and say good day to Josh Ward and Blake Tennant? Good afternoon to you, gents.
Afternoon, Jono, and afternoon to you fine gentlemen up there on the balcony. I'm sure you're going to have a spectacular day calling from up top. We're going to have a great time down here on ground level out here at Jubilee Park because it is in magnificent condition. Even I would look pretty decent as a player on this type of deck.
No, you wouldn't, mate.
I don't think so.
Wow.
Absolutely not a breath of
Shot down.
Not a breath of wind. The surface is in really good condition and really looking forward to this game. And Blake, we have a late change for Ringwood.
Yes, we do as well, Josh. Thanks for alluding that to as well. So Declan Hill, I think he had a big 200th game last week because he's not playing this week. So Declan Hill misses out there, and Rodney Opp gets the opportunity. First senior game as well, fourth for the club as well as spoke to you guys as well. It's like this ground hasn't been touched too, by the way, just with the rain that's been happening across Melbourne the last couple of weeks as well. So. And it's always in this great condition as well. I might give you my tip too, boys, and I'll throw it back after and we'll give it to Josh as well. I'm going to go Mulgrave here. I think they'll be too strong. The big ground, we all saw them. Remember that game as well against Waverley Blues. I'm going to go Mulgrave by 20 points.
Yeah, I'm going to go Mulgrave by 2 or 3 goals as well. I just think they'll enjoy the nice conditions on hand and a really hard deck as well. I'm tipping them by 2 or 3 goals, fellas.
Thank you very much. Let's go around the table then and ask for some tips. 4v5, massive implications ahead. And as we've spoken about in pre-game, there is that live ladder, which I understand you're going to keep an eye on. Ryan, let's start with you.
I think leaning still towards Mulgrave, particularly after their win last week against Croydon. I think they'll get the job done by about 3 or 4 goals. A lot to play for Ringwood. Obviously, the 200 games to Scott Lang is also a bit of a factor in the contest. But I just think through the midfield, Mulgrave might get on top. Jono?
Ray?
Yeah, I agree with Ryan. Like a Mulgrave, they're going to love these big, wide open spaces. They've got lots of room to work in, and the way they play their football, I'm picking Mulgrave by 20 points.
Paul, over to you.
I'm going to be the odd one out, and I'm going to go Ringwood by about 2 or 3 goals.
Let's go down to the boundary. Thanks to Tobin Brothers with Blake Tennant. What have you got for us?
Yeah, so Mulgrave will be kicking to the swimming pool end, so on the right of your screen, and Ringwood will be kicking to their cricket nets end on the left of your screen.
Yes, indeed. I actually had the proper end names written down. So it's Gardini Avenue to the left there, Blakey, and Riley Street to the right. And we're not too far.
North and south.
And because you didn't ask me, I'll give you my tip.
Oh, sorry, Lester.
and I'll go the odd one out because I'm also going to tip Ringwood an upset by 2 goals.
That is a big.
I thought he was going to say draw then.
A big call indeed. I was about to go to you, but
of course you
Blakey, Blakey perhaps interrupted things. So after a big reserves win for Mulgrave earlier today, and indeed last night out at Mulgrave Reserve, the 19s got a win. They're in a very good place, the 19s, and indeed a very good place across the entire club. I tell you what, it ensures to be
16-0, Jono, as well.
An absolute massive game ahead. Both teams have gone through their final addresses, and there's a lot riding on this game, isn't there, Ryan? It's absolutely huge.
Absolutely right. The winner locked into finals. For Mulgrave, if they win, they'll be in the top 3 because Waverley Blues and Croydon have to play each other. So the stakes, it couldn't be higher. And also just building some form going into a final series for the side lucky enough to get there, and potentially both. There's just so much to play for.
So as we said earlier as well, a couple of changes for Ringwood. They rang the changes a couple of days ago with Lockie McDonald and Harry George coming into the side for Luke Haddock and Lachlan Stewart, as well as Rodney Opp, who plays his first senior game. No changes for Mulgrave, which is a good sign of things to come for them in terms of continuity, Besto.
Absolutely, yeah. You want to be having obviously a constant at this time of the year, but the odd injury is going to crop up. But both sides pretty much close to full strength, and it should be a cracker.
Alrighty, well, all things are in readiness pretty much to get underway this afternoon at Jubilee Park for the Eastland match of the round. To get us underway, you're with Brett Beston.
So it's going to be Curtis against Latchford in the ruck. That'll be a terrific contest today. Curtis goes high. Might have got Latchford got the tap down. Falls in the hand zone. And a chance to come forward here. Nicely cut off over there by Jones for Ringwood. Jones goes long to no one in particular. Ball bouncing around. Just paddled forward over there. It's just outside the 50. And what have we got? A whistle. In fact, it's in the hands of Mulgrave. And they'll bring it out off halfback. Nice mark by Tilliard. So Tilliard looking around the skipper for someone to kick to. Nothing too much on at the moment. decides to go for a little run, brings it out towards the broadcast side of the ground. Can he hit a target? It goes over the back. No one taking the mark as the ball bounces around. Going back and trying to get hands on it was Jones. Now it's Mulgrave who take possession of the football. James goes forward. Ball bouncing around awkwardly. Nice pick up over there by Parker. And towards the boundary, and over she goes.
Boundary.
As we get out of the boundary for the first time today.
So a couple matchups to watch out for. Scott Lang has got the job on Adam Booth in his 200th game, and in the Ringwood 450, Jacob Williams has got Mitchell Prosser for company.
So here we go in for the first boundary throw-in of the afternoon. Rucks will fly at it. It was a chance there for Curtis. Couldn't quite snag that one. As Mulgrave go by hand. Valanis got it off to Gervasoni, who went to the top of the goal square. No one can quite take the mark, so it's Parker to send things out. He has a bounce, comes around opposite broadcast side, looks for an option, 1-on-2, I think was that number 12 there, Blythe. Ball hits the deck, was picked up by Jackson. Trying to get the ball now is Wilson. He sees it over the line. Right in front of the scoreboard, we'll have a boundary throw-in.
I tell you what, if the movement of the ball is going to be this quick right throughout this game, we're in for a real terrific game because that ball is moving from end to end.
Yeah, definitely.
Certainly conditions are very conducive to a fast open game today. We spoke about that beforehand, so let's hope it continues. There'll be some fatigued boys at the end as the ball goes in. Up they fly. Tap comes there from Curtis over the back. Bouncing around, but it's into the hands now of Bell. Goes forward for Ringwood. Out towards the boundary, but that's not his best effort. And I think it's gone out on the full, so it'll be a free kick over there to Mulgrave, which they take quickly. They chip it in board. Nice mark taken there by Sarkissian. Nice kick out there. Bit of a pressure one, but Gervasoni did really well. He almost got one on the back of the bonce as well, but he takes a good mark. So Gervasoni looking around for someone to kick to. Thanks for joining us wherever you are this afternoon. Facebook and YouTube, and of course 98.1 Radio Eastern. Going back across the other side of the ground to James. James out towards the boundary. So a little bit of just chipping it around here, trying to find an opening. Mulgrave, but now they finally decide to go forward. They go with a long one down the line, and that's a really good mark. It has been taken over there. Great grab by Dean. 21 goals for him in season 2024, so he's been good. Goes for a target. Mark not taken there. It was Prosser, I think he couldn't take it, and Ringwood to bring it out.
So now here's Webber, got the hands off to a teammate in defensive 50. He went on the 45. Mark was successfully taken by Stephen Brown. Assesses his options, goes down the line to no one in particular. Now chasing the ball there is Jacko Collins. Couldn't quite get onto it, so it's Broad to send it on the 45 just to the junction there. The mark is just taken there by Hanlon Davis. And he chipped it off to Meercotter, a proven goal kicker. He took the mark on a relatively tight angle here. Maybe about 40 metres out on broadcast side. He's a proven goal kicker indeed. As I said, 28 goals this season. He's on approach. 2 goals versus Mulgrave last time they met.
Good
He
kick.
kicks forward.
Oh, no.
It's just to the right. Has it gone over? You know it hasn't. Mulgrave can clear this one out.
So I thought that was going through for a minute. It looked like it came off the boot pretty well, but not quite. So Gervasoni has it now for Mulgrave to bring it out. So still no score in this one. It's been quite a good start. Nice open flowing game to start with, but no points on the board yet, but plenty of time to go. Little handball over the top there. Finds a target. Now they'll bring it forward again, Mulgrave, and a chance to go towards the 50-metre line. Mark is taken on the far side. So this will be the kick that will get them inside 50. Let's see if they can get on the end of it. They can indeed. That's a great grab taken by McGowan.
That was a great kick by Adam Booth there.
Right in
the
front of
mark and the kick have got meterage.
So the 42-year-old showing his skills as the ball goes inbound. We thought there might have been a shot at goal, but too far out maybe to squeeze the snap at goal. Smothered comes there. It was Wilson. He got his kick smothered. Still there for Mulgrave, and I think they've got a free kick. Have they?
Holding the
no,
ball.
in fact, it's done for holding the ball. I thought it might have been a high shot, and Ringwood to bring it out.
So Heckley sent it out and found a teammate in Jack Blythe. Moved on quickly. Down the ground, mark is taken. If you swap the numbers around, you get Harry George. He takes the mark and then looks for options inboard. He's found one in Atkins. He goes inside 50. Out 40 from home. Broad takes the mark.
Bit slack there by Mulgrave in that back 50 there. Loose man right at centre half forward. You've got to cover the corridor.
Not much pressure indeed as Broad just takes his time. He's got not much angle to speak of. And he'll kick from maybe about 42 from home, I'd say. He walks in. Kicks on the paint. And are we going to have a score? No, we're not. It's out on the full to the right. So after 5.5 minutes of play, nobody has scored yet on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Brett Weston.
Quite an even start. Just the finishing touches at both ends of the grounds haven't paid off for either side.
So we start to ask our question, have you ever had a 0-all draw in the EFL?
Oh,
goes down Jong, gets a handball off. I kid, of course, but now it's through the middle of the ground. The handball a little bit hot for Sarkisian, couldn't take it. Now it's there for Wack. Such a key player in this Ringwood side. He goes and finds a target. Nicely done. Mark there taken by Broad, who wheels around and goes forward and hits a target. And this will be an opportunity for the Finn. Surely we'll get a score here. Although we shouldn't say anything as the mark is taken. It's a long kick, probably from just around about the edge of the arc. And the player to take it's going to be Steve Brown.
The inside 50s at the moment are even. The marks inside 50 at the moment are 3-1 in favour of Ringwood.
So let's see if Ringwood can convert opportunity. They've been inside 50, as Paul said, 3 times. There's the kick on its way. Not going to get it done. Can they get a rush behind at least to get some score on the board? And I think they have. No, umpire's whistle's gone, and it's going to be a free kick to Mulgrave. So still we wait for the first score and Mulgrave to bring it out.
So Jordan Falloon sent a chip kick, intercepted by Bell. Sent it back whence it came. Was the mark taken? No offhands. Now here's a chance for Jong to try and clear things out. Many people around the ball. Tillyard was one of them. Mulgrave can move out, although there was a big tackle there on Valanis. Holding the ball's the call, and Ringwood can come in again.
Great pressure.
Huge stuff there from Mitchell Heckley. It might have been Jacob Bell who goes and lowers the eyes. He's found his target easily. And an easy mark there taken by Jet Latchford. So they've had a lot of these scoring opportunities from a similar distance and not much angle to speak of here either.
Well, the forward pressure, John, has been really good from Ringwood and probably unlucky not to get a mark paid in the goal square. So, again, another opportunity for him.
It's a similar distance from where Jacob Broad took the previous kick. Latchford comes in, kicks right on the paint, and that, would you believe it, has missed everything this time to the left.
Boundary.
It's unbelievable. Let's go down to the boundary with Josh Ward.
Well, they are providing some really good forward pressure, Ringwood, but their forward 50 entries are way too shallow. Just that shot before and the last couple of shots have all been from that 50-metre arc.
And here's one of the grounds that is actually 50 metres, not 40 or 45.
I apologise.
So the kick-in has been knocked out of bounds, and still, believe it or not, we await the first score. This is 8 minutes gone. I felt sure we would have got it then, but the kick wasn't a good one. So all the talk about being a high-scoring game in good conditions might have been a bit premature. We might have one of the most low-scoring games of the season.
Oh, don't. Don't put us on it.
Early days, of course. We shouldn't put the mocker as the ball is on the ground, going in there trying to get it at Sarkisian. Wrapped up by his opposite number in McDonald, and the umpire says we'll have a ball up. So probably about 10 or so metres short of the 15-metre arc as Latchford gets the hit out. Falls into the hands there of McDonald. He gets a handball off nicely to Heckley. Heckley goes inside 50, but he's just overcooked it a wee bit. Going back under pressure is Collins. He did pretty well. And Mulgrave, are they sure off? Yes, they are. Good kick. Goes across to find Gervasoni, and out they come, Mulgrave.
So they elect to go boundary side. The kick's good for Manny Sarkisian. I hear he was providing the tunes pre-game, even though his brother's the DJ. Professionally. So he goes down the line, one-on-one. Goes off the hands of Jong, sees it over the boundary line. And Jong gets up, helped there by the skipper. And Connor Tilliard will have a boundary throw in.
Just something with his finger.
Could be a dislocated finger, maybe.
Ouch.
As the umpire thinks quickly to shut the gates to prevent any other.
Yeah, it looks like a dislocation maybe.
There you go. So the ball comes in. Nicely worked by Sarkisian out, but it's Ringwood going through Bell inside 50. Easy mark taken from another familiar distance. And this time it's Jack Blythe having a shot.
Well, probably similar to what maybe Josh has said is that
Williams.
It is maybe these low percentage shots tight in a boundary line, near the boundary line, still probably about 45 out. You know, they're not the easiest shots on goal.
So we've had a shot on goal here before. Just moments ago. And here's Williams' chance to, well, let's just say get a score on the board, shall we? In he comes. On the left boot. It's looking the best out of the lot. It goes to the line, and we may have a score. Yes, indeed. The first behind goes to Ringwood on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. It's Ringwood 1, Mulgrave 0, 10:40 gone.
So it's taken a while, but we finally got the first score. Boys on the boundary to keep an eye on Lin Jong as well with that finger. That's a terrible kick, and I tell you what, they might have coughed one up here, but just touched on the line. Very lucky to get away with that. That was a terrible kick out, and the shot just touched on the line, so they got out of jail there, and it'll be Mulgrave to bring it back in. Couple of behinds on the board.
That was touched on the line by Gervasoni. He's had a lot of the football in this short period of time.
And then he slammed into the post as Collins sent a big one, and then a massive spoil there from Josh Meercotter. Oh dear, as you can hear some sledging from the sidelines. Oh wow, absolutely solid stuff there from Meercotter to send that over the line, as we'll have a boundary throw in. It comes back into play. Nicely worked by Gladman at ground level, but Ringwood get it inside 50 again. The mark is taken by that man Jacob Williams, who's had a lot of the ball already. And he just sort of had to adjust his mouth guard. Now he's taken the mark just out of nowhere. Stat Centre.
Inside 50 marks an early issue for defending him early for Mulgrave. It's 6-1 in favour of Ringwood.
So Jacob Williams opens up the angle this time. Ringwood 2 plays Mulgrave 0. So Williams comes in. It looks straight, it's hit the post. So behind. Another behind for Ringwood. Ringwood 3 behinds to Mulgrave, yet to score on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 12 and 20 gone in the first term.
So Collins to bring it out for Mulgrave. Don't know where we're going to find our first goal from, but Ringwood have had all the attacks, so they will be disappointed they haven't been able to put some scores on the board, or some significant scores. They go into the middle of the ground. Oh, that's a huge hit, as Hardy got smashed to the ground there by, I think it was number 23 in Brown. But the umpire says no problems, nothing to see here. And we're just
Lin Jong going into the rooms, having a look.
Yeah, I was just about to say he is going straight to the rooms. He looked in a lot of pain before, did Jong.
It's going to be a huge loss for them. Of course, they're already without Fletcher Roberts, and Jong is such an important part of this Mulgrave side. So if he's out of the game, that would be massive. Up it goes in the head out. Latchford got over the top that time, got the tap down, but not the clearance.
Boundary.
As we go back down to Blake Tennant on the boundary.
I just sort of say as well, this would be Lin Jong's first ever game against Ringwood. He's always been out, so here you go. Might not like playing against Ringwood.
Might have the shortest game on record, as ducking under a high one was Brown, but Mulgrave have turned it over. As the ball goes on the ground, at least try to pick it up, and the umpire's whistle goes, and we'll have a free kick, and Mulgrave to bring it out from halfback.
Been unlucky there against Mitch Jackson, but again, good pressure from their forwards.
So Jacko Collins got the ball off to a teammate. It's a high up and under 2-on-2 contest. Front spot there was Latchford, couldn't take the mark. It goes down to ground. Big tackle there laid by Connor Tilliard. And a ball up pretty much directly in front of us here in commentary position. It's a great place to be here, Jubilee Park, to call the footy. And plenty of finals action to come as well as we restart things. Broad was caught high, was he?
Yeah,
yes, he was.
Ducked into it.
But he was caught high, ducked into it. The umpire said, I have a ball up, and he throws things up to recommence things. Hand pass comes out to Manny Sarkisian, who got it off to Gervasoni. Further down the line, that is an epic mark there taken by Thomas McGowan. And he sends things further forward for Mulgrave, although he's kicked that out of bounds on the full. And Mulgrave's first real look inside 50.
Yeah, that's an incredible mark. Ringwood Mazda mark of the day contender, Brett.
Absolutely.
Let's put it in, I reckon.
Yep, definitely. I tell you, he's just about got leather poisoning out there for Mulgrave as Sarkisian, and he's had so much of the footy in these early stages. And here's Mulgrave now with a rare inside 50. They've been dominated in the last 10 minutes.
And
the mark is taken.
Brett, he's been winning the ball at both ends of the ground. So
he has. He's been terrific. So mark is taken there by the big man Booth. Hard to believe, 42 years of age, but he really is still an absolute playing his best footy. And if anyone's going to kick the first goal of the game, it'll be this big man. 21 goals for the year. So surely we're going to get our first goal of the day. Booth. Here he comes. 3 behinds on the board for Ringwood. This will be Mulgrove's first score, you would think, regardless. Either a point or a goal. I think he's got it. Nice. He has. Beautiful kick from Booth. And that is the early contender for the Tobin Brothers goal of the day. So first one of the day. It was a good kick, actually, because he had a bit to do, but he's put it through, and the first goal goes the way of Mulgrave. They lead 1 straight to 3 behinds down to the boundary.
That was typical Adam Booth. I've seen him do that so many times over his long career. Kick a goal from way out on the 50-metre line on an angle.
Sorry, Wardy, now we can go down to the boundary thanks to Tobin Brothers.
Linjong is out of the game. Hate to put a sour note to that goal to Adam Booth, but Jong is gone for the game.
He's just gone out there and someone's just picked him up and driving him to, I think,
hospital.
Hospital. He's just left just then, boys.
Could be a break rather than a dislocation if he's going to hospital, you'd think.
It's been a tough day for Mulgrave in the reserves as well. A few casualties as we get things restarted. Mulgrave pick up where they left off. Wilson send one inside for McGivern, who went the inside out bender. There's your Tobin Brothers goal of the day contender. Wow. That was unreal. Oh, wowee, I'm lost for words there. Absolutely huge from Bobby McGivern, who went the inside-out check side. It just bounced all the way through for a goal. And Mulgrave have another 2 straight 12 to Ringwood 3 behinds. 17 minutes almost gone in the first term.
Yeah, so fantastic Mulgrave now have pushed the go button, because up until now, for the first 8 minutes or so of this game, it's been all Ringwood. Mulgrave just shows you take it down, probably only had 2 or 3 inside 50s and you got 2 goals.
And how many times does that happen where the team dominates, doesn't score, and it goes back the other way?
So back in the middle, the ball is one out of the middle by, here they come again, Mulgrave. So they really have got their tails up at the moment with those 2 goals. Inside 50, Booth couldn't get to the mark. The ball on the ground, Tilliard in the vicinity, couldn't pick it up on the ground, and that'll be wrapped up. Good tackle coming in there. And we'll have a ball up. It's Rodney Opp, who was the late in for Ringwood, I believe, playing his first game today. So the umpire throws it up again. Latchford beaten to the ruck contest that time by his opposite number in Curtis. Ball on the ground. Was that a high tackle? What is the umpire saying? I think he's paid it, but he's gone the other way. So he might have paid holding the ball there. Not sure. Anyway, it's going the way of Ringwood, and Murfitt will bring it out.
So Murfitt gets it off to Lachlan McDonald, one of the inclusions this week as well. He went further afield to Mere Cotter, picked up behind the play by Murfitt again. He went further afield, and they went further some more. And they just come inside 50. It's a very impressive tackle there laid. Now here's Ruskas, who got the hand pass off the old 1-2. The teamwork makes the dream work at Mulgrave at the moment as they can get the clearance. Alex Hardy
25
was infringed with. It wasn't 25. Hardy got the hands off there to Sarkissian, who's got metres ahead of him. He takes a couple of bounces. They can go inside 50 as easy as you like. Mulgrave 1-on-1 contest, although there's one man standing in front of that all, and that's Rodney Opp, who got it off, but they still might be a chance to get out here. Ringwood kick goes forward there. Clearing kick there for Ewan Webber. It's a good one as they can clear things out.
So Ringwood bring it out of half back. Mulgrave have really started to dominate this game. Just a bit lax on that occasion. They took it a bit easy and a little bit perhaps thinking that they were a bit too better than they were, as Braden James takes the mark. Now they go forward again, trying to find a target. Up they fly. No mark taken. It was Tilliard, but he couldn't quite grab it. Now the big man Latchford gets a good boot on it, and he's going to send it long just to the edge of the 50-metre mark. Great mark taken there by Williams, who's been quite prominent early for Ringwood. Is he going to go back and have a shot? I don't think he's going to back himself from that distance. No. He's too far out to score, so he decides just to set it up for someone. And well done. And is that Latch? No, it's not Latchford. It is Broad who's taken the mark.
Yeah, that was a great kick. Definitely was too far out to score. Missed a couple of those shots and just waited for the right opportunity.
So there's a man down on the ground, so we'll go down to the boundary.
And I think that's Sam Cassiano, so it could be 2 casualties to Cassiano, who is getting up now, which is great to see, but he might get checked out here.
So that'd be disaster if Mulgrave were 2 down in the first quarter. That would really put the cat amongst the pigeons as Broad goes back. And you would think it's, well, I'm not going to say anything because I'm the king of the Moz this year, so we'll just be quiet. So Broad, he's kicked 10 goals this year, Jeremy. So this will be for number 11, and it would be for Ringwood's first of the day. And they could really do with a goal here, the way Mulgrave has started to dominate. And I reckon he's missed it. He has. Just didn't get good contact at all, and that has gone through. Manages in the end just to scrape it in for a behind. It's 4 behinds to 2 goals, and it's 12-4.
This inaccuracy and the ball dropping just short of the goal line could cost them in the end.
They've had plenty of opportunities too, Ringwood. They've had 8 marks inside 50 for 4 behinds. Yeah.
So Collins tried to bring things in. Manny Sarkissian, he couldn't get the ball sides turned over. Heckley, Bell, Then -1 in Jackson, they combine. Jackson to the hot spot, falls behind, and now another Jackson, and Jackson Collins, he got the ball, then sent it in the direction of Gladman. And Mulgrave are out here, a one-on-one contest, and Adam Booth can take the easy mark on broadcast side. 60 from home, it's an absolute wobbler. It was touched though, as Ringwood can enforce the turnover. Now here's Bell, who went backwards and found his teammate in Jet Latchford, who went short to Tim Jones, who played on and then shrugged the tackler. Scott Lang, 200 games today. He got it off to Heckley. Further afield, Broad had to see it over the boundary line. On
Nobody
side.
wanted that. Two teammates saying, you take it, I don't want it.
Yeah, two players looking at each other and neither picked it up. So it was a bit of a...
Around the grounds Premier Division, Roval 18 to Doncaster East 2, Berwick 13 to Vermont 1, and South Croydon 17 to Ballin 6.
So when it goes, Latchford came over the top to Sarkissian, who's seen plenty of it in the first quarter, and he's got a free kick, I think, probably for a high shot.
Yeah.
So Sarkissian will square it up, trying to find a teammate, and he does well in the hands of Hardy. Hardy goes across the other side of the ground, trying to get his hands on it over there was Falloon. He had a bit to do, and he's still in there, but he got worked off the ball. Nicely done there. Handball over the top there from Cairns. Here they come, Ringwood, trying to find it. Parker bundles it for belts it forward to his own advantage. Finally gets it back, but his kick is smothered towards the boundary, and in the end it's taken across there by Collins. And we'll have a throw in on the far side of the ground. So 2 goals, plays 4 behinds on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. We've had 22 minutes gone in this first term.
So restart things here in the pocket. Umpire hurls the ball back in. Curtis left it down the ground, and the umpire will call for it. We'll go for a secondary ball up. Now inside the field of play. Good spot for Ringwood to pounce, and they might just do that. They've got the numbers inside. Now here's a chance. Handball comes off for Jackson, who went goalward. Is that almost there? No, it's not. It's off hands. One behind. Seen over there by Mitch Prosser. And so Ringwood have another one. They haven't scored a goal. 5 behinds to 2 straight 12 Mulgrave.
Probably their biggest inclusion over the last couple of weeks has been Mitch Jackson, Ray, and starting to find his hands on the footy a little bit in this early stages.
So it's going to be Curtis to bring it back in. We can Ringwood find their first goal. They've had plenty of opportunities, but they just haven't been able to convert. Great grab coming over the top is Williams again. He's been really good in the first quarter. Puts his little chip kick out there and finds a target in Murcotter. Handball off to a target in Bell. Bell goes inside 50. This might be the opportunity. Mark is dropped over there by Cairns. Probably should have taken it. Goes in to try and get it again, but they've worked it out. Mulgrave, so another wasted opportunity. Paul will tell us about inside 50s at the moment, but they've had plenty of them as the mark is taken by Booth with all that experience. So Booth gives it off to Valanis, who gets it out wide. Trying to find a target. Awkward bounce from McGivern, but he gets his hands on it eventually. Kick is smothered. He's kicked it straight into an opponent. And here they come again. Oh, a little handball off, and here they through the middle of the ground now. Nice work. A little chip from Wack. Finds a target there in Bell. Bell looks around the hoop. They'll get another inside 50 here, you would think, as it goes inside 50. And that might be a free kick to Ringwood. Mulgrave players looking a bit perplexed, but the umpire was pretty adamant. He's come in there and paid it. So this will be an opportunity. And it's going to be a shot at goal.
Yeah, Williams definitely being held. Sorry, Paul.
Speaking of inside 50s, Besto, they are 15-8 the way of Ringwood.
So quite extraordinary, but they still await their first goal, and Williams will have another opportunity. As I said, he's seen plenty of it.
This must be his 4th shot from around that same area in this game.
So
quite right, Ray.
Let's hope he's learned from the previous 3, if that's the case. Oh, it is the case. So here he comes. No real wind, it appears to speak of out there. Maybe just a light breeze as he comes in and kicks, and that's better. No, it's off target. I thought it was coming back, but it's gone through for a behind. So a goalless first term for the Redbacks, but still nothing in it. A low-scoring affair, and at quarter time it is 2 goals 12 to no goals 6 behinds for Ringwood. Jono, who's kicked the goals in the first term?
So 1 goal for Adam Booth and 1 goal also for James McGivern, affectionately known as Bobby, around the traps. He's kicked an epic goal, and that's, definitely a Tobin Brothers goal of the day contender. Even to start things, it's been a heck of a contest. So we're going to go to a break here on the Eastland Match of the Round, and when we return, the second quarter and plenty of action still to come.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Quarter time interval about to come to a close here at the Eastland Match of the Round. It is Ringwood and Mulgrave. The score, of course, is Mulgrave lead by a goal, 2 straight 12. Leading the home side at 6 behind John O'Van, Brett Beston, Ryan Long, Ray Baird, and Paul Yaconi, and also the team on the boundary with you. Ryan, can we go to some scores?
Yeah, let's go to some scores. In Division 3, Coldstream leads Silvan by 7 points, 3-7 to 3 straight. Donvale ending Fair Park season just about. They're 4-4-28 to the Lions. 3 behinds. Knox 44 to Warrandyte 1. Oakley District, Ferntree Gully, a lot of interest in this game. It is Oakley District currently leading that game 5-2-32 to 4 straight 24 Ferntree Gully. No score yet from Upper Ferntree Gully, Surrey Park, but that's one we'll be chasing. In Division 2, obviously you've got this game here. Heathmont East Burwood, it's the Rams 2 straight to 1-2 for the Jets. The Hawks lead the Bears 3-5 to 1-2. And Croydon lead the Waverley Blues 2-5 to 1 straight. Let's have a look at Premier Division, and actually we will wait because we have Blake Tennant on the boundary.
Yeah, she's got Brett Rowe here. Rowie, geez, a lot of passes of plays that quarter, just couldn't finish it. What was your talking point of that quarter?
Oh, we spoke about pre-game about as how good Mulgrave are around the contest. So to be up +7 at contested footy there is a really good balance for us and really good start for us. And obviously, we had 13 entries and had 6 shots +2 on the full. So we just feel if we can keep our contest work really strong, force that turnover, we think we can get them the other way and get into our forwards. We took 8 marks in that out of those 13. So we definitely think there's a spot we can really work for.
What was your key message? For a big second half, what's the way that you reckon you can get a hold of them in the second half and of this second quarter as well.
Yeah, we just want to keep playing what we did in that first quarter, like just bring that real pressure around the contest, work hard around the stoppage, get our balance right around, not collapsing on it, and then we can get the ball out and play the way we want it to play, as I said, and then get our front half really, really well. And obviously Willow's been really important to us so far down there, so if we can get in there, we think we've got a chance.
No worries, all the best for the game, Rowie.
Boundary.
So a big thanks to Blake Tennant there, and we can go to Josh Ward as well.
Yeah, so if Matt Richards at quarter time was very happy, just let's lift for Lin Jong, who's put his who continues to fight hard for them throughout the course of the season. Look to lower the eyes whenever they go inside 50 instead of bombing it in the direction of Adam Booth, and just look for handball receive options whenever they take a mark instead of just looking to go for the kick immediately.
Thank you, Joshy. So plenty to play for in this second term as we get set for the start of the second quarter.
I have some more scores around the grounds, but I'll wait on that one.
Back with Ryan in just a sec. So the umpire to throw it up, umpire to get a good height on it. It's Latchford who gets the tap, I think, just in front of Curtis that time. Ringwood, get the ball forward, high up and under. Nice mark, or great mark taken over there by, who's at number 23? It's Falloon. So Falloon. And chip out wide, trying to find a target, but he's overcooked it slightly, bouncing around over there. Chasing back Knightley as Jones gets a handball off, and they'll go across half-back, dangerous kick, Latchford. So Latchford, he's been pretty good so far in this match. Latchford, the big man, just drills into the middle of the ground. Sarkissian was there. He's been very good. He's got the hands on the ball again. He must be best on ground so far. Sarkissian takes the mark, gets a little handball off to a teammate. It's not a great handball, but they managed to recover. Nicely taken there by Gervasoni. Back it goes to Sarkissian, gets a handball off to Gervasoni. They're playing their own game as he goes forward to about half forward. Ball bouncing around, taken there by Villanis. He's overturned it. I turned it over at least. Latchford's taken, and what's the umpire going to play here? Just a ball up, I would say, just on the edge of the 15-metre line. So 12 plays 6, 2 goals to 6 behinds. Bendigo Bank scoreboard, a minute gone, second term.
So restart things here. Tilliard tried to rove it. Did okay. Now here's Sarkissian. Once again, descended inside 50 for Mulgrave, almost cut off there by Lang, couldn't take the mark, so he regathered. Big tackle there laid by Thomas McGowan, and we've got a ball up. About 30 from home. Up we go. Booth took it out of the ruck, immediately wrapped up there in a team tackle, and we'll go at it again. Inching closer to goal. Mulgrave. Gathering the ball there was whack, and then he got whacked. So another ball up then. Mulgrave just gained inches almost, Brett Beston.
So up it goes again. One there by Curtis out of the ruck. It might have been Booth actually, as the ball goes out towards the edge of the 50. Just tapped on there by Hardy. Into the hands now of Gervasoni out wide. Ball bouncing around, picked up over there by Falloon. He lost it, and then he's got it back again. Gets a handball out. A lot of wayward handballs. Kenny's going to have time, though, to pick it up and recover. Floats one back inside, finds a target in Wilson. Wilson turns around and just bangs it inside 50. Now, this is a great mark. Terrific grab taken by Dean. And Austin Dean has gone back, and he's taken the mark, and he will go back and line up. So Austin Dean's kicked, how many has he kicked this year? 21. So a proven goal kicker.
Wally kicking at a progress score at Seabeck. Roval 7-1-43. Doncaster East 2 behinds.
Makes Ray very happy. So here he comes, Dean, trying to get his first of the day. Needs the kick on its way, and I think it might have missed. It has. So another opportunity goes big, and this time off the Mulgrave boot. But they still lead 2-1-13-2, but 6 behinds on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Around the grounds in Division 1, Mitcham lead Beaconsfield 31-17. Montrose lead North Ringwood 12-10. Murrubak 21 to Wanturna South 5. And Bayswater South Belgrave all tied up on 13 apiece.
Montrose are choking.
Oh boy, we won't go down to the boundary with a right of reply just yet. As there's a big pack flies on top of it all was Falloon. Ringwood have cleared though. I think that might have been Broad of the Jeremy variety who was tackled. As Tilliard gets the ball off to Falloon again. Top of the 50, one-on-one contest. Falls behind. Parker safely gathers. Goes immediately down the ground. Mark is taken by Stephen Brown. Across the cricket pitch he goes. Goes out wide. Finds an easy target there. Josh Meercotter lowers the eyes. Further afield. Brilliant mark. This time, Jacob Williams.
But again, it's tight in the pocket. Still a fair way out, Ray. They're low percentage shots. This will take his best from here.
I think that's becoming because Mulgrave are just flooding that corridor when the fuller goes in there. So the only space he's got to go is to the outside.
Will take his best indeed as he comes back. Just the 3 goals, as I said, this season. 7 senior games for the year as well. 2 in the reserves. Comes in, probably the most tight angle he's kicked from so far this afternoon, and he's kicked truly. Thread of the eye of the needle. And Ringwood have their first, I believe. It's 1-6-12. There you go.
Very
2-1-13.
Very important goal, Ray, and he's had a couple of chances early. That took a very strong kick from there, so it's a great finish.
You're right, because in that first quarter he had lots of opportunities, and that one was dead straight.
So we can go down to the boundary, thanks to Tobin Brothers, as we tick over the 5-minute mark in the second term. Josh Ward?
Well, we talk about Mitch Jackson being an important inclusion for Ringwood. Jacob Williams is just a bigger inclusion, adding that tall target inside forward 50 for the Redbacks.
So Jacob Williams with the early contender for the Tobin Brothers goal of the day. That was a cracking goal. That's going to take some beating as Mulgrave win it out of the middle. Go forward. The ball goes wide over the back. Parker gets back there. Knocks it down. That might be holding the ball. Now the umpire said play on. He's possibly a bit lucky there. And eventually the whistle goes and we'll have a free kick. Very lucky, I would say. So Ringwood managed to survive and they'll be able to bring it out from defence. So just a 1-point game at the moment as Ringwood finally get on the scoreboard goal-wise. Blythe, experienced campaigner, gets his kick down to no one in particular over the hands there of Rooskas, who almost took it, but Mulgrave are going to come forward again. Now they've turned it over back inside to McDonald. McDonald's handball finds a target in Cairns. Now they'll go forward again, Ringwood. Kicked inside 50. Looking for that man, Williams, to kick that last goal. It was a beauty too. And the ball goes out of bounds in the forward pocket.
So it was Baxter Lease who saw it over. We'll have it thrown back in. This time was Curtis, got the hit out. It's Tilliard again. Mulgrave just trying to gain those crucial metres, but the kick went over, the handball went over the line from Baxter Lease, found no one in particular. We'll do it all again.
So umpire to throw it in. 1 point in this one. So much on the line for this game as Mulgrave win it out of the hit out of the stoppage. And this should be a goal. There's a snap, and I think it was it McGivern?
He's got 2, has he? Blimey.
I think he has. I think it's McGivern. I'm pretty sure it was. Boys on the boundary might confirm that for me. No, I don't think it is McGivern, actually. Boys, help me out. Who is it?
Well, Blake hasn't even got his headset.
The ball was gathered.
Jackson? Mitch Jackson, potentially?
Yeah, number 3, Jackson.
Number 3. All right, thank you, boys.
Yeah, McGivern plays for Molly.
So. Oh, he does too. I'm looking on the wrong side. Sorry, my bad. I do apologise.
So although he has kicked a ripper there, Besto.
So Jackson gets the goal. Thank you, boys on the boundary, for your help there. That was really good. So back in the middle. So second goal number 3, for Ringwood. They've had the perfect game so far. Well, not quite the perfect game. 2 goals, 6.
Perfect quarter.
Perfect quarter. 18-13. And back in the middle for the restart.
7 minutes and 40 seconds gone. As we just wait for the ball to come back into the centre. So umpire comes in, throws the ball up. We'll go at it again. Tap this time was by Latchford. Now it's gone into the cricket pitch territory. Ball was picked out by Hardy. He's in hard. He's doing well. Now here's Tilliard, who puts on the afterburners. Inside 50. Can a mark be taken? One-on-one contest. Booth had to get it off hands, and so the ball was temporarily turned over. Scott Lane got involved there as well. Mulgrave have still got the ball. Chain of handballs. Valanis involved here. Now a kick goes forward for Mulgrave. It's another goal.
It's Booth,
that's an absolute ripper.
Adam Booth doing what Adam Booth always does. Check side kick under pressure.
So Booth got the hand pass off and then just sent a nice little check side. And there's another Tobin Brothers goal of the day contender as it's Ringwood 2-6-18 trailing Mulgrave 3-1-19 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 9 minutes gone in the second term. Another. They're a goal of the day contenders everywhere, Ryan Long.
Without a doubt, that's a front runner. That's a fantastic finish on the boundary line, Ray.
Yeah. Look, Mulgrave, they're just applying pressure. They're really, they're just slowly getting a grip on this game, I reckon.
So I'd written down Jacob Williams down, but I've just crossed him out because I reckon that is definitely the front runner for the Tobin Brothers goal of the day.
We've got 3 now.
So one out of the middle nicely by Gervasoni. He's been good as well. Just paddled forward by Blythe. Back inside 50, another opportunity. Mercotta got a handball back to Blythe. Blythe will have a left footer. This will be a decent goal too if he can send this one through, but the defence is back and they do well just to take it across. Back is Kens. Sorry, it wasn't Kens, it was James, the other 33. So Mulgrave survive for the moment, but Ringwood have suddenly sprung into life, but it's Mulgrave by a point on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
So Collins had the option presenting on one side, but he found another, or so he thought. The turnover secured there by Jeremy Broad. The hand pass off hands. Parker bouncing footy inside 50 again for Ringwood. Trying to get it there was Valanis. He turned tackler. And the umpire says after all that, he'll have it. 42 from goal. Mulgrave can move this one out. That's McGivern. He got it across and found his target there in McGowan. Got the hand pass off to Gervasoni, who dodged one. Thought about dodging him again. Chain of handballs. McGowan got it back again. Top of the paint of 50. One-on-one contest becomes a 2-on-1, a 2-on-2. Booth gathered, got the hand pass off to Davidson, who went across, but there's no one at home. Marcus taken there by Jack Blythe, who moved on quickly outside 50.
So Blythe thumps it across to a teammate on the far side of the ground, taken over there by Brown. He's been good early too. Mercotta now, round about centre wing, just in front of the scoreboard. You can see it in the background there. Showing 19, we've got it as 19-18, so we'll have to check that as the ball goes forward down the line. Up they fly. Almost a great grab by Williams. He's been really prominent today, but the ball on the ground, and that'll be a ball up, you would think, unless he pays the high shot, which he's not going to do. I thought it might have been a high tackle, but the umpire will throw it up just outside the arc.
Around the grounds, Templestowe lead Lilydale 5-2 to 3 straight.
So Ledgeford it was, he got the head out nicely done there by Brown, paddled it to his own advantage, then he gets a kick forward. Not a good one though, and it's been cut off over there by James and Mulgrave to come forward.
So James went down, found his target in another bloke named James McGivern. He went out wide. Options present further afield for Mulgrave. They're now almost inside the paint of 50. Mark wasn't taken by Booth, so he gathered the second effort, went the handball along the ground there for Tilliard, who got the hand pass off back to Booth. Booth got the hand pass off there, intercepted by Parker, who went to a teammate, found him, and they can just go initiate a slow play there. Jacob Williams went inboard now. 2-1 is 1 in Broad. Now a hand pass off. In fact, it was just, it was a bad ball there to Williams, but an equally bad ball there as Mulgrave find a turnover there in the centre of the ground. Ray Baird. All good? No, sorry.
So Ray's having some issues with his headset, I think. Todd Kenny now with the footy. So he gets that kick off. So it's been chipped away down the far side, out to the far end of the far side of the ground. I'll get it out in a minute. Chip back inside. So they're just knocking it around here, Mulgrave, just trying to find an opening, but nothing really going at the moment for them. Score is 19 all officially, so 2-7 to 3-1 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Mark almost grabbed there by Gladman, but he went without it, and here's a chance for Ringwood to come back inside 50 again. There's that man again, Williams. He couldn't take the mark that time. Picked up over there by Collins. He got smashed as he kicked the ball out towards the boundary. Blythe is there, but it beats him and goes out of bounds. Good work, and we'll have a throw in on the far side of the ground. So all square on this one, so much to play for. As we get a Ryan in the score centre.
Division 3 scores around the grounds. Donvale lead Fair Park 35-16. All tied up at Princess Highway, 6-3 apiece between Oakley and Ferntree Gully. And Surrey Park lead Upper Ferntree Gully by 21 points.
A right of reply, Ray Baird.
No.
Doesn't want to go. I can see the eyebrow twitching as the ball comes inside 50 there for Mulgrave. It's picked up off the ground there by Dean, who went goalward. He's missed right. As we go to the scores, the stats centre, with Paul Yukoni.
Mulgrave leading the inside 50s this quarter 9-5.
Ringwood 2-7-19 plays Mulgrave 3-2-20. 14 minutes gone here in the second term on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
So it's going to be Parker. So you bring the ball back in for Ringwood. Good game of footy this. It's anyone's game. So the little chip out to a teammate. That's nicely done too. Weighted kick to Jacob Bell, who takes it. Well, his kick's not a good one though, and he's put a bit of pressure, but they've got time to recover. That was the late inclusion. Gets it back in. That was a dangerous kick, but they've done well, and their mark is taken there by McDonald. Some shonky kicks here. Blythe. Now Blythe gets it off to a teammate. Sweeping handball out wide. Back to Blythe. Now they go to about half centre wing, should I say. As they go inside 50 now. Can they get a mark? Not quite. Ball bouncing around. Going back there, trying to get his hands on it was Wilson. He's under a lot of pressure. He might be happy to see this one out of bounds, but he did really well. That was terrific play. Gets a kick to a teammate who wheels around to try and get out of it. It's Ruskas. Ball still there. Oh, huge hit over there.
Careful, Bobby.
Absolutely smashed on the ground, and that'll be a tied-up ball, and we'll have a ball upper there on the far side. Huge hit coming in there.
Absolutely massive stuff there.
So Mulgrave by a point, 3-2-20 to 2-7-19. Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Absolute. Yeah, massive front-on contact there, from James McGivern. As we got a restart. And it was Braden James. He thought he could kick forward, but it's actually gone out of bounds. Exactly where he kicked it.
Quarter time score at Seaback Oval. Roval 9-1-55. Doncaster East 2 behind. Lockie Wind has 4.
Ooh. So it's in the opposite junction.
Game over as Brash was here.
Comes back into play. Yeah, he would have done that famous siren impersonation from 2022 grand final day. As the ball comes inside 50 for Ringwood, the mark is taken by Jeremy Broad. Kick a goal, Jezzy. You can hear from the people on the balcony. They're riding home this one. So Jeremy Broad has had a shot at goal, I should say, earlier today. As we'll go to Ryan just briefly after this one. Broad, he kicks forward. He's missed to the right, so another behind there, and scores are level 2-8 to 3-2, 20 apiece. Chief?
Sorry, John, I was actually waving to a missus in the crowd. I wasn't actually waving for your attention.
Oh, I thought...
I can give you a score.
There we go.
East Ringwood 25, Norwood 15.
Is she bringing chips up again today?
I'll have to get in touch with her. See.
Oh, dear. Wowee. So, how about that? So we're just waiting for the ball to come back into play. Jackson Collins has got it, so we'll bring it in. 16.5 gone in the second term, Brett Beston.
So Jackson Collins, he's in no hurry to get restarted. We haven't got all day, mate. They'll be turning the lights on soon. So here's Collins now finally decides to put his boot to it, out towards Tilliard on this far side. Up they fly, it went off hands, Gladman it was. Now there is Tilliard taking the ball, did really well. He wheels away, he's got a bit of pace. Got a nice little handball off there to a teammate in Davidson. Now they shift it through the middle. Tilliard's got it back, needs to get it forward, and he does too. So that's a terrible kick, and it's been cut off by Blythe. That was really ordinary after such good play, and into the middle of the ground, taken there by 13 and McDonald. And so McDonald wheels around, goes long, but that's cut off over there, so it's a turnover fest at the moment, and Mulgrave to bring it out.
So Geordie Falloon had Sarkissian calling for it on the outer side, but he elected to go down the guts. Now pressure's on as the ball was turned over. Murphy got the hand pass off the ground. They found a little bit of open space. Bell gathers it on broadcast side centre wing. Went to the top of the 50 directly in front. Mark was almost taken there by that Mulgrave man. It hits the ground. They've got the numbers in defence to Mulgrave. They can regather. Gervasoni got it off there. Wilson, who was immediately tackled. Downfield free kick, one would think. And it is. So McGowan to take the resulting free kick there after Wilson was dumped after taking the kick. McGowan goes to a big contest. Booth's underneath all that one. Can they get one off hands there? Balls hit the deck. Chance for no one in particular here. There we go. Booth got it off the ground. Went straight to a teammate who was immediately wrapped up. And the umpire to call for it. 25 from Mulgrave's home. And buried underneath all that one was Alex Harney. He's been in and around the ball really hard today, Brett Beston.
He has indeed. So one out of the middle there by Booth. He's been really good. He's coming into the game more and more. Little toe poke off the ground there by James. Now they've still got it, Mulgrave. They do really well to keep possession. And they're going to switch the play. Go right inside 50. And great mark taken there by Wilson again. He's not confident though, so decides to give it off to that man Sarkissian, who's had leather poisoning. There's the kick, but he's off target that time. That would have been a terrific goal, but just off target and through for another point. So Mulgrave extend their lead by 1. Let's wait for the ball to tick over. I believe it's 3-3-21 to 2-8-20 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, and we've had some 19 minutes in the second term.
And that was great vision there from Mike Ruskas just to find Wilson there. And he might have had the legs if he kicked it as the ball comes back in. Mark is taken by Stephen Brown on the junction on the broadcast side. So he sends a long one in the direction of Broad, I think it was, Jeremy Broad. The tackle there is laid on Sarkissian, I think it was. He was underneath all that. He's around everywhere, and it's just, well, he's in definite contention for Sportsco Eastland Player of the Day. Speak of the devil, there he is, sending it to the paint of 50. The mark is taken by that Ringwood defender, and the Redbacks can rebound.
I think we can just about give it to him now. He's been absolutely incredible, Matty Sarkissian, as Ringwood bring it back. Or send it up the line, should I say, trying to find a target. Ball gets over the back. They managed to keep possession, a little handball out. Did pretty well on the end. It was Jones, but he's bundled out. In fact, it wasn't Jones, it was Bell. So it'll be a throw-in, round about where the interchange gates are on this broadcast side of the ground. The game's starting to get a bit willing, and it will do as it gets further and further on. So much on the line today, as the umpire gets a nice purchase on the throw-in. Stayed up in the air for a long time. Curtis got the hit out. Trying to work his way out of danger over there was Valanis, and he's been taken. In fact, it was 23 in Falloon, and he's been tackled, and he's given up the free kick. So Broad it is, who was going to give it off, but then he just stopped himself. He's a bit uncertain where to go, but in the end he does get the kick away. Let's see if they can get on the end of it. Ball gets over the back. It's on the ground. They'll do well to get out of this. In the hands there of Collins, who gets it out to a teammate, and for the moment the danger passes.
So McGivern sent it further afield, found Davidson. Two Caulfield old boys combining opposite broadcast wing. They would have wanted that one back though, as Ewan Webber takes the mark, goes inboard. Inboard rhymes with Broad. Jacob Broad gets the ball inside 50 now here for Ringwood. Here's a chance there for Hanlon Davis. One of his first looks, except it went behind. And we get a ball up here about 20 metres from home for the Redbacks. Up we go. Rucks go to work. The tap down was by Mulgrave on that occasion. Oh. And here's a chance for Hanlon Davis around the body. It's marked by Collins on the defensive line. He can go along the boundary. Davidson assesses his options. He's going to kick long and probably outside 50, although, yes, he has kicked that outside to a contest.
So up they go. Ball gets out the back. Ringwood have got it, though. Nice little bit of work there by Williams. He gets a little kick inside, finds Bell. Quick handball off, and they're going to come back inside 50 again, Ringwood. There's the kick. Can they get a mark? Beautiful mark. Is that Sarkissian again? I think it is.
Geordie Falloon.
So Falloon gets a little kick down the line. Not a particularly good one, though, but nicely done there by Wilson. He did really well. Socket off the grounds. Now there's just a foot race. Chasing through there and getting the bounce was Dean. Dean just does a little bit of 1-2, then gets the kick forward, but he's trying to find a target, trying to do the team thing. Booth is there, and Booth surely is going to give away a free kick. He took his man off the ball there for the umpire.
Still in play.
It's still in. So little handball back it comes, and Blythe will bring it out. That was a definite free kick, but nonetheless, Blythe to bring it out for Ringwood.
Cairns takes the mark, goes by Hanlon Davis. Shonky one off the boot. Was in the Mitchell Jackson direction. Still a chance here for Ringwood. Off hands. Oh, it beckoned for Meercotter. He tried to sock it off the ground off the half volley. And it's all too much, though, as he collected, and we can go to Paul Yaconi in the Stats Centre.
The clearances this quarter are 9-7 the way of Ringwood, and the intercept marks are 5-4 the way of Mulgrave.
It's certainly a battle of the back lines at the moment.
So a brief pause in play. As the trainers come onto the ground, the boys on the boundary will keep an eye on that one if anything happened. As it was Jeremy Broad getting the footy.
Free kick.
Now it's a free kick here to Mulgrave. They can bring it out.
I think it was just a bit of maybe just a winded Jono.
Oh, dangerous kick across the back, but it's nicely marked over there by Collins. That could have turned out very nasty. So Collins sends it forward. He'll get it just outside the arc, but it's a poor kick. Marked over there by Adkins. So there's a chance for Ringwood maybe to put on a late one. Here's the kick into the pocket. Can they get a mark? Oh, almost a mark taken by Williams. Couldn't quite grab it though. They were under a lot of pressure here. It was Fallon who had the ball. It's Sarkisian gets a dangerous handball to Wilson. He's taken in the tackle. Ball spills away. The umpire said nothing doing. And I think he's going to pay it against Ringwood actually. He is, and it's going to be a free kick going the way of the Mulgrave side. Shipped out wide to a one-on-one contest. Good mark. Good mark taken by Gladman. And he will bring it out off half-back.
So Tom Gladman assesses his options. He's got plenty further afield. One of them's Davidson. I think you took the mark. In fact, it wasn't. It was -1 there in Aussie Dean, who went further afield. One-on-one contest. Here's a big chance, a massive chance here for Alex Hardy. Can he get onto this one? Here was the meat and the sandwich as the ball goes over the left side of the goal place.
Great work by the defenders.
Yeah.
They were under a lot of pressure.
They literally sandwiched Alex Hardy there as the ball went over the line. And so we'll have a kick in here as the score is Ringwood 2-8-20 to Mulgrave 3-4-22. 24 and 40 gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
I think both sides will be pretty happy with their pressure levels.
So Adkins gets the kick out to a teammate. It was in the hands for a moment of Heckley, but he dropped it under pressure. Still there inside 50. Mulgrave will be keen to turn this over. They could get a late one here, but in the end it's in the hands of Ringwood, and they're more than happy to wrap it up and just have a stoppage just on the edge of the 50. So 25 gone. There shouldn't be too long to go. We haven't had a flood of goals in this match so far. Knocked down there. Trying to get his hands on it was Ladgeford. Couldn't quite do so. Handball comes back to number 18 and Davidson, who gets a handball to a teammate who's immediately wrapped up. And there is the siren, just right on cue almost. So 25 minutes played in the quarter. And what a game we've got out here. It's not a high-scoring game, but it's been absorbing. And Mulgrave leads 3-4-22 to Ringwood's 2-8-20. Here's Johnny with the goal kickers.
Indeed, so Adam Booth got a second one there. He's got two. And James McGivern with that single in the first quarter. And for Ringwood, they've got 2 goals on the board. Jacob Broad and Mitchell Jackson. We can go to the score centre, we can go to the stat centre just before a break, Paul Uconi.
The tackles in that second quarter were 14-13 away of Ringwood.
Thanks very much for that, Paul. Coming up next, the halftime show as part of the Eastland Match of the Round. Thanks for joining us here on Eastland FM 98.1, also on Facebook and YouTube. Right back after this.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Do you want to study at the #1 sports science school worldwide? Study sport at Deakin and benefit from the most advanced sports facilities available, from running tracks to biomechanics labs, and decked out gyms to a climate chamber. Deakin have what you need to graduate ahead of the pack. Discover endless opportunities in sports science by visiting deakin.edu.au/sport. Deakin, proud sponsors of the EFNL.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Half time out here at Jubilee Park for the Eastland match of the round. It's Mulgrave who lead over Ringwood 3-4-22. The Lions to Ringwood 2-8-22 in a finals type contest. A lot on the line, including a final spot in Division 2 this season. Josh Wood here alongside Ray Baird and Blake Tennant for the half-time show. Ray, you're up here on specials alongside Ryan. What you make of the contest from up top here?
Well, in their first quarter, it was all Ringwood early in the game, but they weren't accurate on the scoreboard, and they kicked 6 behind, whereas they're probably only 2 of the 3 inside 50s for Mulgrave. They scored goals. But in that second quarter there, I just felt that as the game progressed, Mulgrave were controlling the game. Their entries into the forward 50 was far more controlled than what Ringwood's were. And one thing I also noticed that when there was contested marks in the back 6 for Mulgrave, they always had 2 or 3 small around the feet and carried the ball out.
Yeah, and that's exactly what Matt Richards says, just looking for those handball receive options instead of just looking for that kick and getting close to the man or the mark, which is what they did sometimes during that first quarter. I felt they did that really well. Blake, we were both down on ground level, and we were talking about it during that first quarter. It was just that forward delivery for Ringwood. That's, you could argue, almost cost them the lead.
Oh, definitely, for sure. We speak about moments. I think it's going to come to that last patches of play. Where people are going to take their moments for the game as well. Mulgrave, I think they're using the space a bit more. Where Ringwood, their ball movement is where they're winning the game, I feel like. I think Jimmy Parker, the captain here for Ringwood, he's just taking the game by its way of playing off half back. He's got all the space in the world, and he's using the ball really well as well. And I feel like they're just bombing it to Booth just a little bit.
Yeah.
Like, I know he's the target that you always have to look for, but I feel like they're just the Mulgrave are getting a little bit more predictable on where they're going to go to their forwards.
Yeah, and I think that's something that Matt Richards addressed that quarter time, just not looking in the direction of Adam Booth, which is what they're doing. And sometimes he's taking marks, but Scott Lang in his 300th senior game is doing a pretty decent job on him. Is the Ringwood champion, but I still think Adam Booth has probably been one of Mulgrave's better players. Connor Tilliard showed a bit of pace from midfield, but the one standout, Manny Sarkisian, who I think was rookie of the day when we last saw Mulgrave against the Waverley Blues. He's well and truly on track for a player of the day. Blake?
I'm just saying as well, and I think you might have said this, Josh, too, but the pressure. How good's the pressure been, Ray and Josh? Like, just the way, both teams are going at it. The heavy hits are happening definitely for sure, because they don't want to put that player involved again, because what they do is what I'm seeing is they handball the ball, and then the player wants to get involved, and then there's player, blocking them out. It's a real physicality game out there, which is what I'm seeing. But for me, I feel like it's going to come down to the moments that matter. That's how I feel how it is.
Yeah. And look, playing football out here at Jubilee, it's a different game of football, because you've got the opportunity to kick it out into the open spaces and let your teammate run onto the ball. Whereas when you're on a smaller ground, you kick it to a contest. So there's not so many marking contests around the ground than what you normally see in a normal smaller ground.
Absolutely, and there's been a lot of one-on-ones, 2-on-2s, whereas if it was like a battle room reserve or somewhere in this division, Lilydale Sports over the LSO, you're probably getting a lot of 3-on-3s or 4-on-4s.
Yeah.
So
look, the game's up for grab at the moment, only 2 points in it, but I just felt that Mulgrave Smalls in Tilliard, Gurvasani, McGiven, these smaller players, another one was, as you said, Sarkisian. Now, all those smalls are getting a lot of the football and starting to run with it, and I think that's going to be the difference.
And they're going to need to step up with Nolan Chong, who left the ground, unfortunately. We're not too sure if he's gone to hospital or not.
But he got driven. Someone drove him out of the complex.
I'm guessing he's gone somewhere, but we're not too sure.
Yeah, that's where the finger injury looked like, wasn't it?
Which is a massive blow. It'll be interesting to see how long he goes. But Tom Gladman said at that quarter time to the midfield group that if they win, it would be a statement for Mulgrave, and that's exactly what it would be. Without Jong for a majority of the game and without Fletcher Roberts as well. So certainly a bit to play out. Of course, there's other games taking place around the grounds in the EFNL today. We're going to start off with Premier Division. South Croydon have started off really well. 5-10-40 to Baldwin 2-3-15, Blake.
Mate, I feel like it was like that game against Roval, how I think all you guys said that Roval will win, and South Croydon just gone over and got the win there. They just prove a lot of people wrong, South Croydon. That's what they're doing today.
Sometimes they do. Noble Park taking it up to Blackburn 35-23. Blackburn leading Noble Park 3-3-21. East Ringwood 9-4-58, leading Norwood 2-4-16. Roval now 13-1-79 to Doncaster East 2-5-17, Ray.
Yeah, gee, they're going all right at the moment, but they had to. Look, well, Friday preview we spoke about the 6 changes that Roval have got today, but as I said, shuffle the cards, because if they dished up the same side and the same players that they've been putting out in the park for 3 weeks, they weren't going to win the game. So at the moment, it's paying dividends.
Absolutely. No further progress really from Vermont Recreation Reserve. Vermont leading 14-13 in that game. We're going to drop down into Division 1. Bayswater lead against South Belgrave 7-2-44. South Belgrave 3-12-30. So very
got a lot of work to do there.
They do. Park Orchards only lead by 18 points against Doncaster 4-9-33 to 2-3-15. Mitcham up against Beaconsfield 38-29. Moorbark 83 to Wantirna South 17. So that probably consigns Wantirna South to Division 2 officially.
Yeah.
Montrose got a bit of a buffer now against North Ringwood 31-12 in that game out at Quamby Reserve. Down into Division 2, of course, we're out here. East Burwood 39 to Heathmont, inaccurate as well, 2-7-19. Templestowe, still no update from their game since quarter time. Boronia 6-10-46 to the Basin 4-3-27. Croydon 33 to Waverley Blues 29. Division 3, now there's a lot on the line in Division 3, of course, this weekend. Coldstream 61 to Sylvan 25. Donvale 43 to Fair Park 19. So that means Fair Park at this stage will be missing finals. Knox 68 to Warrandyte 14. Oakley District now lead over Ferntree Gully 67-52. So as the live ladder stands, and Ray, I know you're a very happy man, as the live ladder stands, Oakley District will be playing finals and Ferntree Gully will miss out. Surrey Park 7-9-51 to Upper Ferntree Gully 3-6-24. And down into Division 4, we've got Chernside Park 50 to Forest Hill 17. Kilsyth 93 to Nunawading 12. And the White Horse Pioneers 29 to Croydon North Hemlock 22. So an interesting contest and plenty of interesting contests around the grounds in the Eastern Football Netball League. Well, what do you reckon Mulgrave need to do and Ringwood need to do if they are to get over the line here, Ray?
Well, look, I think that as I just said, I think their smalls are starting to control the ball around the ground, but the times in that quarter that Ringwood went into the forward 50, they went through the corridor. So they've got to keep the corridor, particularly around the edge of the cricket pitch towards the end of the centre square there. They've got to keep a man there at all times, because once Ringwood get the ball on the outer side or even on this side, that's the point where they go to, Blake.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. Just their ball movement and the moments. That's what it gets down to. Yeah. I'm still sticking with Mulgrave. I think they'll get home. Ray?
Yeah, I picked Mulgrave and they'll win, I suppose.
I'm sticking with Mulgrave as the Lions run out to the ground. We're going to go to a break here. When we return, the call team will reassemble and bring you the second half of action out here at Jubilee Park in the Eastland match of the round. Ringwood against Mulgrave.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in, because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Big thanks to Josh Ward and Blake Tennant there leading the charge for the halftime show. We are back. Eastland match of the round between Ringwood and Mulgrave at Jubilee Park. Thanks so much for your company all around the world. Indeed, we hope that our man BWS is watching as he's on holiday. But anyway, back to this game.
He'll be on the beach.
Oh, yes, indeed. And fingers crossed listening to the match of the round. The score, of course, Ringwood 2-8-20, trailing Mulgrave 3-4-22. It's still anyone's game, Ray Baird.
Yeah, look, the game is up for grabs. We just discussed that at the halftime break. But my feeling is that it's just the small players of Mulgrave are starting to get the ball around the centre of the ground, and they just seem to be as though they're getting on top. When the ball goes into the back 6 for Mulgrave, sure, the big guys go for the contested mark, but there's always 2 or 3 small Mulgrave crummers around on the ground to cart the ball out again. So I'm backing Mulgrave at this stage.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with that, the way it's sort of unpanned in the back end of that second half, but there is a full second quarter at least. Mulgrave just starting to get on top of anyone's game as we get set for the start of the second term. A little bit of sun's just poked through again. It's still pleasant out here. So thanks for joining us wherever you are. Radio Eastern 98.1, Facebook and YouTube. And John O'Venn to get us started for turn number 3.
Thank you very much, Brett, as we come back into the centre of the ground. Things restart. And it's right where Mulgrave want it. Inside 50 with a long kick in the Booth direction. He can't take the mark. Off hands. Big tackle there laid on Scott Lang. The opposite 22 and Valanis gathered, was dispossessed. Holding the ball is the call, in fact, that was called a throw. And Ringwood to take it in from defence. To clear things out, they come centre wing. One-on-one contest. It eluded Baxter Lease, who then pushed his opponent over and then had to tackle him to stop things in its tracks. Directly in front of us here in commentary position. 47 seconds gone here in the third term. There we go, third term.
Umpire throws it up. It's Tilliard, I think, over there who went without it. Ball on the ground, but they eventually get it back to Gervasoni, who's drawn a free kick here. So Mulgrave will have another opportunity to go inside 50. As we said, you just feel they're starting to get on top. They did towards the back end of that second term, and it's just starting to go for them. So it'll be really interesting to know what Brett Rose said to the troops at half-time, just to address the balance as Gervasoni goes to the hot spot, trying to find a target. Where's Booth? He's not there at the moment. One of the Mulgrave players got taken to ground, peels for the free kick, but nothing doing, and they wrap it up in Latchford.
Well, yeah, that was Booth, and I think he was right. I think he was being held, but the umpire couldn't see.
So we'll give them the benefit of the doubt as the tap goes down from Gladman. They're still inside 50, though, as they try and work it out through whack. Whistle's gone, and the umpire says we'll have another ball up. So they're under the pump here, Ringwood. 22 plays 20, not a high-scoring game, but plenty of tension and plenty of interest as another ball up has got to ensue. As they don't get it clear, Latchford the tap, but not cleared from the ensuing clearance. Up it goes again, Latchford another head out for him. Playing well as the ball falls there and a shot at goal, and I think that's McGowan, and it's gone through.
It is.
It took ages to go through. It looked like it just floated through there. Everyone was holding their breath, but it's gone through from McGowan, so that is his first of the day. And Mulgrave, well worth that goal. They extend their lead to 4-4-28 to 2-8-20 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 2 gone in this third term.
Yeah, a check side kick under a lot of pressure there, and it's just snuck inside the post. Yep.
Yeah, it's a great finish, and potentially might be this 5-minute patch where they can maybe get on top and get a few in a row and just open this game up, because it has been so tight for the full game. Just around the grounds in Premier Division, there has been, unfortunately, I believe, a broken leg for a player from Vermont, and that game has still been on hold for quite a while with the ambulance unable to get out there just yet. So those scores have not changed for quite a while.
Oh, gee, sorry to hear that. So we come back in the centre of the ground, almost 3 minutes gone here in the third term. Get that run right. I think Curtis hit it back down to ground as there's a fair scrap in the centre of the ground at the moment. Umpire to call a stop to it. We'll do it all again.
Some other results around the grounds. Oakley District 67, Ferntree Gully 52.
So just a short margin there, not quite exactly where you want it there, Ryan Long, if you're into mathematical possibilities. It comes down Ringwood's end. Gathering it here is George, who went around the body, up and under, one-on-one contest. No one get it, so it's Collins to mop up. Got the hands off it was Prosser, who was then on hands and knees. Ruska also got involved. Turned it over immediately to that man who had it there in George. Seen over the boundary line, the behind line, sorry. And Ringwood have another behind, so the pressure is indeed on there, Brett.
Certainly is. They'll be quite pleased to get that one through, because they were really under the pump there. As George brings it out towards the broadcast side, puts it onto the boot, thumps it long, trying to find a target. Up they fly. Sarkisian was in the immediate vicinity, and that'll be a ball up as it's taken there and wrapped up in the tackle.
Around the grounds, potential upset at Bayswater Oval. Bayswater 7-2, leading South Belgrave 3-13.
So Latchford the head out, gets it back from a teammate, goes inboard, finds a target there on Heckley. Now they're inside 50. They can't get the mark at the moment. Well, I think that was Lacey took a really heavy tumble there. The ball on the ground. Mulgrave back as they in the hands now of Curtis. The ruckman, he goes out down to, oh, that's a good mark. Is it going to be paid? Sarkisian, I tell you what, he had a fair piece of it, but the umpire said not to his liking, and he's going to come in and ball it up. That was stiff. I know I'm sounding like the president of the Sarkisian fan club, but he's had a terrific game today as the ball goes up. Curtis the tap, knocks it down. Little handball out there nicely for Jeffersoni. He's been good as well for Mulgrave. Down the line, but he's kicked that out of bounds on the full. Almost gone over the fence, in fact. As we get into Paul Uconi in the stats centre.
Yeah, both sides have really amped up their tackling pressure at the start of this third quarter. It is already 6 apiece.
So on broadcast side, centre wing, a lot of players fly. It was Lease who tapped it down the ground. In fact, he regathered, sent it further afield where it was. Off hands, Bell got involved, got the hand pass off. Now here's McDonald, got the hand pass off as well. Chain of handballs, 2-on-1 contest in favour of Mulgrave. And that Ringwood man in Williams couldn't take the mark. He was the meat and the sandwich. The only one who went up in that contest, mind you, as the ball comes back up into play, and a high free kick goes in favour of Mulgrave. I think Curtis was caught high. So a free kick to the Lions right here on centre wing. Big pack of players. It's, well, in fact, a 2-on-1 contest, and Ringwood easily win that one as they lower the ice, go short.
So Ledgeford it was, he took the mark, gets it to McDonald. So McDonald wheels around, sends it long to around about the half-forward line. Up they fly, mark not taken there, but it's nicely roved by 21 in George. Gets a handball off, quick hands over the top. Here's number 50 in Hanlon Davis. Gets it towards goal, and he's off target. He probably should have squared that. There was men in the middle. but he decided to go for home, probably just only a split-second decision, and it's through for a minor score, so there's one kick in it. 28 plays 22 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard after 6.5 in the third term.
So Collins to bring it in once again. He's got options presenting on broadcast side. So he comes out of the square, goes long in the direction of Curtis. Pushed off it though. Was at ground level. Tilliard did well. And they come on centre wing. Adam Booth gathers the ball, safe as houses. 2-on-2 contest. Ringwood win. It's Murfitt. Centre wing broadcast side. Goes across. 1-on-1. I think that was Prosser just picking up the crumbs there. They can go inside 50 again. Lease, top of the paint. Turn it over. Ringwood can run this around there through McDonald. He went in the direction of Broad, Jeremy Broad to be precise. Wilson was caught between two Ringwood players as Lease gathered, went inside 50, went goalward. So now here's a chance for Adam Booth. Got the hand pass off. Oh, gee, that's as good as you'll see from Riley Villana. Some quick thinking. Got the hand pass off Booth and just went straight off the half volley. Another Tobin Brothers goal of the day contender. How about it?
Jono, that's the advantage of the experience of Adam Booth in the goal square. Yeah. But great play also by Villanos because he was running towards the goals.
Spot. Yep. Absolutely, and well done to Adam Booth being able to keep that in. Just obviously when you play for that long, you've just got the mental football IQ of.
You get the instincts.
Yeah, that's right.
You just do things without thinking.
So Adam Booth didn't get the goal, but played a big part as the ball goes up. Up they fly. Curtis to ruck win that time, and the umpire's going to find a free kick. He's played it in the way of Ringwood that time, so it's going to be Broad. He's going to take it. He's right in the centre of the ground. Broad puts it onto the boot and see what Ringwood can do. Trying to find Mercotter, but coming across there, and it's been taken. Good mark. So Mulgrave will bring it out. Umpire says play on. Little chip out wide there, taken nicely in the hands there of James, Braden James. Just on the edge of the defensive 50.
Around the grounds, Templestowe 7 goals up, so the live ladder in Division 2. Templestowe still in 6th, but they're now 2% behind Ringwood.
And so resident mathematician Pythagoras keeping an eye on things for us. As the ball goes out to Latchford. Latchford goes it to a teammate, finds it in Hanlon Davies. They'll go inside 50 again. And this time the mark is taken. Is that Mercotter it is. So Josh will go back and line up. And they need this one, Ringwood. They've just got a little bit... found themselves 2 goals behind as we go down to the boundary with Blake Tennant.
Yeah, just saying as well with Josh Meercott, it's also his 50th game to Bestow, so big game, big moment coming up, hopefully.
So thank you, Blakey. So here he comes, Meercott. Not an easy kick. Kicking hasn't been an easy task today, but he's put it through. Beautiful kick. So Meercott celebrates game number 50, and he's got his first goal of the day, and the margin is back to 1 straight kick, 34 plays 28. Bendigo Bank scoreboard, and we've just ticked over 10 minutes.
Very important one, Ray, after Mulgrave got the first 2 of the quarter. Just got to stick with them.
Yeah, they're just sticking around. I think that's going to be the story of the day. We're not going to go and know the actual winner until about 5 or 10 minutes ago. Just the half-time score at Roval. Lost it.
Enough Roval scores, Ray. The game's over.
13-1-79, Doncaster East 2-5-17, half-time.
Thank you very much, Ray.
Good percentage booster for
they keep
Hawks.
sending it to me, mate. I've got to put it out there.
Good. So back in the middle. Curtis got the tap down. Comes towards the cricket pitch. And we've got a stoppage. Still on the left side of the field here as we'll go up again. Ball hits the deck. Ball in dispute. Good hands there from Latchford, who sent it inside 50, but they're penalised, the home side. Mulgrave can come out here, lowering the eyes. Get the ball to broadcast side. Oh, gee. Players just flew out at that one. On that occasion there, it was McGowan. Ball hits the deck. Now here's a chance for Rouskas, who's immediately wrapped up by George it was, as it heads over the boundary line, and Manny Sarkisian getting involved as well. He has been absolutely everywhere and is almost a lock for best on ground, wouldn't you say, Ryan Long?
Oh, he's got to be very close. He's been, yeah, you're right. He's found plenty of the football today.
So Ledgeford it was who got the hit out. Chasing through there after it was Ruskas. It got past him though. Little handball over the top there from Cairns. Tries to find a target and he does. And Hanlon Davies got taken from behind. That might be a trip, I think. What's the umpire going to pay? I need to see it again, but I felt it was a trip. And it's going to be a free kick anyway, so...
Yeah, it's a trip. They've paid a trip there, Besto.
So it was. So the trip will go the way of Hanlon Davies. And let's see, speaking of trips, if he's got the trip or if it's too far out, decides to give it off to Bell, who just launches from a long way out, and he's put it out of bounds on the full.
Just not the smart option. He was under a fair bit of pressure. Just not their best.
Talk about an anti-climax. So 34-28 it stays, and we've had 12 minutes gone in this third term.
He's hit that one for 6. 28 and 29 combined. Sarkisian in fringe with. And that was against Hanlon Davis there as Sarkisian is going to wind up to a big pack of players. Curtis was pushed off it. Advantage paid, so to speak, as McGowan takes the mark and goes high up and under. 2-on-2. Booth off hands though for Ringwood. Jones combining there and sending one for touch. It went, got in the hands there of Wack, who went ahead to Cairns, lowered the eyes and found his man. Josh Meercotter. He's just going to take his time and probably wind up to the hot spot. He plays on. He wanted to lower the eyes. He had an option to present. 2-on-1 contest in favour of Mulgrave. Mulgrave are going to collect here. So it's Hardy, got the hands off. Ruskas gathered perfectly. Baxter Lease to send things out, although they're in trouble here. Now here's it was Valanis who had to get the afterburners on. He sent a kick for Adam Booth. Did okay. Hand pass off now to Tilliard, the captain, who dodged one really well. He's run too far. Where's your sense of theatre, umpire?
Booth is spent.
He's run too far indeed. And so it's Scott Lang to take the resulting free kick.
Such a shame because that was a great piece of play by Mulgrave. They were building up really nicely there. But now it's Ringwood. He dodged a bit of a bullet, you'd have to say. Broad tries to find a target. Chasing back Hanlon Davis, got past him. It was picked in the hands of Broad now. Broad puts it onto the left house, the kick. It's across the face of goal. Mercotter tries to keep it in, and I think it's out on the full. So a wasted opportunity there. So they're going to get it back through the hands of Braden James. Free kick in the back pocket, and he'll bring it back in for Mulgrave.
So it's James who wants to switch the play through Collins. Collins winds up on the opposite side of the ground. Oh, that's a massive fly. I think that might have been from McGivern. It was, but he couldn't get hands on it. And so back inside 50 for Ringwood. It's cut off by Valanis, who has a run. Gets it off to Tilliard, who got hands off further afield. A bit of 1-on-2 play. Sorry, 1-2 play I meant to say is it eluded Falloon. A free kick resulting to Ringwood and maybe downfield as well. No free kick to the top of the paint. Here's Blythe, who went around the body, sent it for home, and there's another goal finally.
Yeah, that's
Ringwood.
That's a great finish, Jono, in front of goal, and as you said, he was quick to move it on Broad.
Boundary.
So we can go down to the boundary with Blake Tennant.
Yeah, I think Jacob Broad just truly sensational what he just did then. That passage of play there. A little bit winded. I think he had the old cramp as well. So that was excellent there by Jacob Broad. Just the composure that he had there.
We'll go to the Stats Centre in a minute as we can read the score out. Ringwood 4-10-34. Tied with Mulgrave 5-4-34. Almost 16 minutes gone here in the third term. Paul Yaconi.
Yeah, Ringwood are on top of the inside 50s in this third quarter, 10-4.
So back in the middle, turning into a really good game this, and it's going to go right down to the wire. Curtis it was, who might have just got over Latchford that time, into the hands there of Valanis. Goes inside 50, mark not taken, the ball on the ground. They'll wick it out through Whack. Under a bit of pressure here, Ringwood. One of the Ringwood players diving and drags it in there. He might, no, the umpire blew the whistle pretty quickly. Probably a bit lucky there, and we'll have a ball up just outside 50. Parker it was. So up it goes. It's a good fast game. Ball on the ground. Trying to pick it up was McDonald. Couldn't do so. But now Ringwood to come forward. The kick out towards the wing, not taken over there by Hanlon Davis. And the punch goes out of bounds. And we'll have a throw in far side.
Nicely defended by Ruskus again.
So umpire to throw it in on the far side. And the Rucks go at it. It's Curtis against Latchford. They've had a great battle all day today. Pretty even, I would say. Maybe Curtis with a slight edge, or Latchford with a slight edge, should I say. And we're going to have another ball up as the ball is once again. As the sun pokes its way through. So all locked up out here, 34 apiece, 17 gone.
Around the grounds, it is the Waverley Blues coming back into their contest against Croydon, 29-34.
Chain of handballs. For Ringwood eludes them somewhat as McDonald collected the footy, turned it over. McGivern slammed it into opponent, but there's another free kick behind play somewhat to go the way of Mulgrave. It's Falanis, who lowered the eyes. Going wide at the same time. Now they're inside 50 again in the Booth direction. He thought he was infringed with Boothie. But the defensive mark is taken in the goal square by that Ringwood man in Atkins, who moved off his mark, took it bounce. He's got Tilliard chasing him. He goes opposite broadcast side. Big fly there from Alex Hardy. Couldn't quite though. Here's a chance now for McDonald to move it across as the sun definitely peeks out. It was in the Broad direction. Bouncing footy. Here's a chance for Broad. He's lost possession of the footy as it goes over the boundary line near the cricket nets. Scores level here at Jubilee Park as we'll wait for the ball to come back into play. 18 minutes and 15 seconds gone here in the third term.
So umpire to throw it in. Still locked up out here. We're none the wiser as the ball comes out. Curtis got the tap that time. Nicely roved. And a little handball inside to find a target in McGurvan. They're in a bit of trouble here. McGurvan gets it back. They were a bit lucky there as the kick goes out only as far as Brown. He pokes it to the hot spot, but it's been cut off over there. Comedy of errors, and the mark is taken by Jordan Falloon. He gives it off quickly to a teammate in Lease. Lease chips it to the back pocket. So they need to be sure by foot here, Mulgrave, as they bring it out. Here's a little short kick, and it's a good one too. Finds a target. It's Lease again, so Baxter, what is he going to do? Looks around, as we said, a little bit of sun just poking through. Just chipping it around here, not going forward, just going from side to side at the moment because there's nothing much doing up forward. Ringwood zoning up nicely, just basically making the exit out of 50 almost impossible. Back it goes to Curtis, who's right in the goal square. Just nothing on forward of the ball at the moment. So Curtis decides he's just going to slam it out towards the wing and hope for the best. Over the top it goes. The mark not taken. The ball on the ground there. And the umpire's whistle has gone. That's going to be a free kick. Now, which way is it going? It's going to go to Ringwood. So there was a bit of holding over there. So really good pressure by the Ringwood side. And they'll go inside 50 again. A little short kick into the pocket. And it's been marked over there. So they're going to go back. And they're going to have a shot for goal. It's Bell, Jacob Bell. This would put them in front, or regardless, if he can kick a point, that would put them in front as well. 20 minutes gone in this third term, so we're in time on. And Bell's going to go back and line up. Anyone's guess he's going to take this one. Thanks for joining us, wherever you might be. Listening across the web on, of course, Facebook and YouTube and Radio Eastern 98.1. Here's the kick from Bell. Let's see if he can put this one through the big sticks. It's on its way. How's it look? It's come up a bit short, I think, and it's off hands, still there. And in the end, it's gone through for a minor score, so there was a bit of interest for a moment, but it's gone through for a point. But nonetheless, it's a handy point, and it puts Ringwood in front, 35-34, and just about 21 minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Collins goes short to Cassiano. He's got a lack of options, so he just has to buy a bit of time. He's going to go to the hotspot on broadcast side. Big fly there from Williams. 55 from home. Moves on quickly. Now to another contested forms. Who will fly? No one in particular. Ball hits the deck. Now here's a chance here for Brown. Got the hand pass off to a teammate in Hanlon Davis. Now here was a chance for Heckley. He got it off to Bell, who dodged one, dodged two, and went for goal. And another Tobin Brothers goal of the day contender. They're just everywhere at the moment, Ryan, long as I can see you smiling. Yeah. We're loving this. How good is this?
And they're back in control, Ringwood now. That's been a very strong 5 to 6 minutes here for them.
Unbelievable
They've just taken over the game. We talk about momentum. Well, it's certainly swung in Ringwood's favour at the moment.
It certainly has. But how many players were out free there, and they had so many options? It's
yeah.
They've certainly started to open this game up.
Let's go to the score centre with stats centre with Paul Yukoni.
Yeah, Ringwood lead the clearances 8-5 in this third quarter.
So we talk about the premiership quarter. We reference it almost every week, but it is the third quarter, and it's Ringwood have really taken control. So let's see what the Lions have got. Can they fight back? 22 minutes gone in this third term up. They fly into the ruck. That time was Gladman, and been taken out of the ruck that time by Brown, who just puts it onto the boot, slams it forward. It's about half forward. Awkward bounce for Hanlon Davies, but they've still got it. It's almost holding the ball as Broad wheeled away, and they've turned it over here, Mulgrave, but they've got to get it out through the hands of Valanis. Out towards the wing, might have overcooked it. Hardy's got a bit of work to do, but he does well. Juggles the football, then just throws one over the top to no one in particular. Valanis again, it might be holding the ball, but the umpire says play on. Now they'll work it down that far side of the ground. Infield to Gervasoni. He's been particularly good, I thought, for Mulgrave today. Oh, inside 50, perfect. Beautiful kick. And right on cue, Booth comes out and takes the mark, and he'll go back and line up.
Ray, was a perfect lead from Booth, and the kick was brilliant from Gervasoni.
Centimetre perfect.
So the big man Booth, if you've not been listening to the commentary earlier, he's 42 years of age, this man, and he's still running around playing some of the best footy you'll see. And he's going to go back. He's been very good today, 2 goals, but he's had a big influence on the game as well, just in some of the other things he's done. And this will put Mulgrave back within a point in the shadows of three-quarter time. You wouldn't back against him, Booth. Here's the kick on its way. And, well, you might back against him because that's across the face, but it's been marked in the pocket. Absolutely. Yeah. In fact, it's going to be a free kick against.
Oh,
in fact, he's...
Oh, no.
Play on. Comedy of errors there, but the umpire says play on. I thought he was paying a free kick to Ringwood there, but we decided...
So no mark was paid, Jono, is that correct?
I would say so. So you can see the signal from the umpire. Let's go down to the boundary with Josh Ward.
I think the mark was paid, but he just played on the Mulgrave player.
Yeah, looked at as we're going to have another restart in the pocket. Same spot almost as play we just spoke about. Footy goes up, footy comes down. Ringwood have the numbers around the footy. Whack was one of them. So the angle has improved somewhat as we can go up. We'll go for another one as Stephen Brown just sat on that one. Great tackle there laid by Bryce Curtis. Up goes the footy. It's a chance for Ringwood to clear. It's going to go high up and under. Off hands from Gladman. Oh. Lease doing really well. Off hands though. Hands and knees, literally everybody. Heavy front-on contact on that Mulgrave player and Wilson. And it's happening. There's so much happening at the moment. Wowee. So much happening as a free kick has gone the way of Mulgrave. As we can go down to the boundary with Josh Ward.
And there is a player down again for Mulgrave as well. I'm not 100% sure who it is. But we'll chase up on that as soon as possible.
Oh dear. So we're going to have
stretcher being called too, boys.
We're going to have a brief pause in play then. As the stretcher has been called.
Gee, this is just something that Mulgrave can't afford. Not only in the context of this game, but for they go moving forward if they can get to the finals.
That's right.
If he go off on a stretcher, more than likely be 2 players out of this side.
Yep. So we don't know what Lin Jong's injury is. We called a dislocated finger, but the fact that he's gone to hospital indicates it could be a break, or maybe just an X-ray. Maybe it might have been precautionary. Let's hope so for his sake.
Don't know which one's done.
And we can't identify the man on the ground at the moment.
Unfortunately, haven't got a number on.
25 and 40 gone here in the third. Eastland match of the round here at Jubilee Park, and it's been a great day weather-wise as the players from both teams have gone to their respective huddles.
So I don't like to see this.
Well, they called for the stretcher really quickly, didn't they? So that's never a good sign. While that's all happening, we'll go to around the grounds. Whitehorse lead Croydon North, Emlock only by 7 points, 29-22. Let's jump into Division 3 and those games that really mattered today. It looks like Oakley District are pulling away, Ray, 73-59 Ferntree Gully. Surrey Park 52 to Upper Ferntree Gully 24, and Donvale 64 to Fair Park 25. So on top of those results, Fair Park had to win by over 5 goals. So in terms of that, even if Oakleigh District lose, it doesn't look like Upper Ferntree Gully or Fair Park will be able to jump them. So we're almost just set, Ray.
No, you're still trying to stretch it out a little bit. Okay.
I'll stretch it out for another hour.
Okay.
Some scores in Division 2. Templestowe at halftime led Lilydale 66-25. Currently on 114%, so they've had a little bit of a percentage boost, which keeps them in the running. Waverley Blues 29, Crawdon 34. Bronya lead the Basin 53-27. Eastfield 20 points over Heathmont. In Premier Division, South Croydon have been leading all afternoon and still lead 52-27 over Baldwin, so they're doing quite well as the stretcher now taking the player off the ground, and we'll keep you updated on what player that is from the line side.
I thought it was Wilson.
Wilson?
It could have been Wilson or Davidson. He seemed to be the only one that was in that exact same area. But he sat up okay. It may have just been that he had an ankle or something.
Okay, well, Davidson's still out there, so the money would be on Wilson, I think, number 19. I can't see him out there at the moment.
And Ryan, I just got a message from Barley. BWS is watching. It sounds great, but Ray could do better. He said.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more, BWS.
He's even ripping you on holiday.
I know, mate. Yeah.
So this man, he's going to take this kick. I think he's been one of Mulgrave's best today in Gervasoni.
Yep.
Yeah, we'll just wait and see.
Second quarter's just restarted at Vermont. Or started, I should say.
Wow.
So Gervasoni, he'll be kicking from just inside the arc. Fairly lengthy kick. Let's see how he strikes it. He's hit it, not too bad, but it's off target. I think umpire was watching it all the way, but it's gone through for a minor score. And the margin is a kick, so 28 minutes gone, although, of course, we've had that 3 or 4 minute stoppage. And the margin is 1 kick, 41 plays 35 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
I believe Blake Tennant may have just found out the player coming off on the stretcher.
1 sec. Yeah, it was Wilson, boys. So best day on the money there.
So
that'd be myself, Blake.
So league, so.
Williams took the mark. He got it off to Cairns, who assessed his options. He's going to go long, 2-on-2 in favour of, well, no one in particular, although the front spot belonged to Jeremy Broad. I see it over the boundary line, though.
Around the grounds in Premier Division, Noble Park only 5 points down, 35 to Blackburn 40.
Go the Bulls. 6 points in it. Three-quarter time approaches. Looked like Bell was perhaps caught a little bit high as the siren sounds for three-quarter time. There you have it. And at the three-quarter time score, it's 5-11, 41 Ringwood leading Mulgrave 5-5-35. Besto.
So I thought it might have been a longer quarter with the break, but nonetheless, it's Ringwood with goal kickers in Williams, Jackson, Bell, Murcotta and Blythe. And for Mulgrave, they just had the one multiple goal kicker. It's the veteran Booth who's kicked 2, and the singles to each of McGurvin, Valanis and also McGowan. So three-quarter time out here, and what a good game it's been. It's been right on. It's going right down to the wire, and it's Ringwood by a goal at three-quarter time. We'll take a quick break, and we'll come back and bring you all the action from the last quarter very shortly.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Well, footy fans, it's been a heck of an afternoon here at Jubilee Park. It is three-quarter time, and this is the Eastland match of the round between Ringwood and Mulgrave in Division 2. Ringwood leading currently 5-11-41 to Mulgrave 5-5-35. John O'Ven, Brett Beston, Ryan Long, and the gang leading, of course, Ray Baird and Paul Uconi with us, as well as the guys on the boundary. And, 6 points in it, gents. It could go absolutely anywhere, Ray.
Yeah, look, the game's still up for grabs. That's for that. Look, Ringwood probably controlled the second half of that quarter, but they have only come out 8 points in front as far as the scores in that quarter, so that it's anybody's game. And as I said, from here, it's going to be a real close finish, I believe.
Let's go down to the boundary with Josh Ward.
Yeah, I've got Matt Richards alongside me. Pretty even contest so far, Matt. What have you made of it?
Yeah, it is. It's tough, and we knew it'd be tough. It's a big game for both teams. We've been hit by some injuries, but it's when other guys have got to stand up. So, yeah, it's a good, tough, old contest. Low scoring, 5 goals each on a perfect day of footy. So, yeah, it's going to go right down to the wire, this one, isn't it?
It feels like a perfect lead-in for finals. It feels like a finals-type pressure game, which must be pleasing, the pressure from your side.
Oh, absolutely. And we know what Rowy's like, and you know he's been around a long time, and he's got his boys up for this game. So, yeah, it'll be a huge win for whoever can get the 4 points today.
What holds the key for you guys in the final quarter?
Oh, look, we've just got to keep the footy in our hands and not waste it when we go over into that forward 50. Like we have possession, and then we're coughing it up with just poor choices. So, if we've got the footy, we just want to keep it.
Oh, Matt, good luck for this game.
So big thanks to Josh Ward and Rich
Boundary.
as we can go down to the boundary with Blake Tennant this time.
Yeah, just down at the Ringwood camp there. Rowie was just going about his pressure. That's what he was clearly talking about, and he talked about win the moment and also win the day. That was the key message that he was speaking about, and it's going to take the moments and it's to get them over the 4 points here.
So a big last quarter to come, 6 points in it. Hope you're really enjoying the coverage as we can go to Ryan real quickly.
Sorry guys as well. There will be, for Scott Lang's 200th game, he will be chaired off after the game. So I just wanted to get you up for that.
Fair enough too, Chief. Over to you.
Just some upsets brewing out at Division 1. Bayswater 10 points in front of South Belgrave. South Belgrave kicked 4 goals 16 to 8 goals 2, so Bayswater potentially pulling off one there. And Beaconsfield have hit the lead at Walker Park 54 to 52. So very interesting in Division 1, but also here as well with Ringwood leading by 6 points.
Indeed it is. Final quarter underway. Brett Beston to take us away.
So Letchford got the first hit out. It's fallen into the hands though of Casanova. Gets it forward. Trying to get a punch in there and didn't very well was Whack. Aptly named as the ball goes into the contest, and the umpire says we'll ball it up as it's taken by Hardy. So which way is this one going to go? It's on a knife edge at the moment as the umpire sends it up again. Latchford might have got the tap that time ahead of Curtis. They've had a great battle today. Socket out towards the boundary, picked up over there Little handball back inside, and they'll go forward again, but that's not a good kick. And cut off easily by Blythe, and rebound for Ringwood. Although the kick has gone away, but they've managed to get it back. And it's in the hands of Bell. In fact, it's bobbling around. I'm trying to hand it over, but so much is happening. Little kick back inside again. Bouncing forward, and surely this time they'll get it back in. And little handball back inside it. It should be a goal here. Falls for Dean, and his snap. It's taken an age to come down, and eventually it goes through for a minor score. So that's a wasted opportunity. That was a massive chance, and it goes through for a point. So we've got 5-11-41. Playing 5-6-36. Bendigo Bank scoreboard in the early stages of this last term, down to the boundary.
And Matt Richards, that was one player he wanted to provide a bit of spark inside that forward 50 Austin team, so look out for him in this final quarter.
2 goals, as we said, in the last match of the round. Played a vital role in that win against the Waverley Blues in the dying stages. Absolutely super stuff there from Dean in that game as Ringwood come back inside. Got a bit of work to do. So it's a big kick sent out by Blythe. It's only going to fall into the hands of Collins. Right in front of the old scoreboard. Collins sends a long one over the back. Booth! Takes the mark as easy as you like. Got hands to it like a thief in the night. Just came out of nowhere.
He
Players
just
weren't
had the
marking him.
ability to put a couple of metres on his opponent then.
And those handy meters, as you said, Ray, were absolutely crucial. So in he comes, Adam Booth. He kicks forward, it goes left, and remained in play for a split second, but it has been punched over the line. So another behind for Mulgrave. And it's 5-7-37, the Lions to Ringwood, 5-11-41 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 2.5 gone, final term.
Despite missing those couple of opportunities, they'll be happy with this start.
So in the back pocket is Jones. So Mulgrave are putting the pressure on. They did this late in the last term as well. And Ringwood found it very difficult to get the ball out of defence as they little chip forward out towards the far side of the ground, marked over there by Lang, playing his 200th game today as he gets the kick out to a teammate. And Blythe, down the line they go, and that's going to be knocked out of bounds, run about centre wing. So it's 3.5 minutes, or nearly 3.5 gone in this last term. 4-point lead in favour of Ringwood. And this match, as I've said before, is on a knife edge as the umpire throws it in. Gets a nice purchase on the throw-in as well. Curtis got the tap that time, just got into the best position, but it's fallen for Ringwood, and they'll get it forward again. Awkward bounce. That's in the cricket pitch area in the ground. It's quite hard there as they chase back and trying to get a little toe on the ball there. As it's nicely roved there by Cairns, did pretty well, and eventually happy just to see it across the boundary. Appeals for, I think that was deliberate, that signal, but you don't get deliberate played in the EFNL very often. About as rare as seeing a unicorn floating around as the umpire gets set to throw it in.
That's fairly accurate there from you, Besto, as the ball comes back into play. And it was Meercotter who had the sit, got it off to Blythe, who went goalward, high up and under. Falls just short. Collins, strong in defence as ever. He's got James calling for it, so he goes short to the opposite pocket.
The sun's back.
It absolutely is. Yeah, Mr. Blue Sky, you had to hide away for so long as McGivern takes the mark in defence as they've successfully switched the play. The kick was for Dean. He's front spot at the moment, 2-on-1 contest. He gathered the ball. He got it off to Hardy, who found a man further afield. And the mark is taken by that man for Mulgrave, who sent it inside 50. Big fly. Was Booth infringed with? He was! And he sort of knew it too. Put the two arms out. He was infringed in the marking contest, and Adam Booth once again gets a free kick, Great.
He let the umpire know, you're finally giving me one, because he was frustrated in the last couple of quarters when he didn't get those.
He's got a bit of Cameron Smith about him from the Melbourne Storm, doesn't he, as well? A big, powerful presence in this football club, and a big presence on the football field as well as he comes in on a 45-degree angle. Adam Booth trying to regain the lead for his side. Sends the kick on its way. Was left and stayed left. Another behind. Now It's only 3 points in it. 41 plays 38. Redbacks in front. 5.5 gone, final term.
So as good as he's been at them, Booth, he's missed a couple of opportunities in this quarter that could prove quite crucial at the end of the game. Now towards the wing, marked over there by Williams, who was
25?
No, 25. It's Williams who's taken the mark. He's been pretty good as well for most of the day.
And in Division 2, Waverley Blues leading Croydon. So the live ladder, Waverley Blues have jumped into second, Croydon third, Ringwood now into fourth, Mulgrave fifth, Templestowe sixth.
Gosh, Croydon heading for maybe back-to-back losses. That won't be good for them as the ball on the boot of Jackson Collins, who hoists it forward just to the almost to the inside 50, but they wheel their way out of danger. Back it goes to Tilliard. He's had a good game as well. Tilliard, he goes, tries to find a target. In fact, it has been marked. We're going to play on as well, and that's going to be Gervasoni, is it?
Hardy.
It's Hardy, sorry. Brilliant goal. Everyone stopped when the mark was taken, but Hardy said, I'm not stopping, I'm just going to play on. And he's put it through, and that is a huge goal, and it's put Mulgrave in front, 44-41 after 6.5 in this term, down to the boundary.
I think he was given a nice push there from Mitch Jackson after he took the mark to Alex Hardy, and then he ran straight into the open goal.
I'm not going to get the graphic back up because it will take me too long to make it, but that changes the whole ladder again. Mulgrave now moving to third, Croydon moved down to fourth.
Okay.
It's just so tight, and that's a very important one because they've dominated the start of this last quarter, Ray.
Yeah, no, that's a goal they had to get because they had several chances and they missed it. They were kicking behinds, but that's really put them right back into it.
And also when the result is all said and done, Ringwood perhaps would be ruining a few early chances, it has to be said, as they come to the top of their 50. It's defended well by Mulgrave. James Sarkisian comes into the frame. Goes on broadcast side. Mark is taken by Hardy, the goal scorer. He got hands off to Gervasoni. He got hands off to Kenny. Lowered the eyes. Great kick.
Love to know how many possessions Sarkisian's had today.
Yeah. So the mark was taken by McCowan. He goes to the hot spot looking for Booth. Off hands. Free kick! Free kick, Adam Booth. Infringed within the marking contest. And he's directly in front as we can go to the stat centre real quick with Paul Yaconi.
Yeah, they're really dominating the early stage.
There he's holding. Can't wrap your hand around him. Sorry, Paul.
Sorry, Ray. The last quarter, they've had 6 inside 50s to 1, and they're leading the clearances 3-2.
Hardly any angle to speak of as the legend himself comes in. Gun barrel straight. Mulgrave kick ahead. 7-8-50. Lead the home side, 5-11-41. The Bendigo Bank scoreboard, 8 minutes and 20 seconds gone in the final term. Unbelievable stuff.
Is this what I've been talking about all year, Ryan Long? I said they were an impact side. No, they're
yes, that's just spot on.
They do this, and don't be surprised if they get another one straight away.
Yep, and that's what they did the last time we saw them in a match of the round, and 3 very quick goals. It's just put them right in control, and that's exactly what they do. And they've got the run at the moment. They're with 2 players down on the bench. You know, they're doing extremely well.
They certainly are. Both trying to. He's certainly drawing a bit of attention up forward as well.
Best, I do feel bad for that lady who no one else helped her to go and collect that ball behind the fence there.
She'll be right.
Okay.
Back in the middle, so the margin out to 9 points, and I tell you what price the next goal. If Mulgrave get it, this one might just about, well, not exactly done, but it's going to be hard because they've got all the momentum at the moment. As Kookaburra goes off in the background. Now they win the ball out of the ruck. Ringwood, they need to get possession, but they don't. It's out wide Sarkisian. He's gone back to get possession of the ball. He wheels out of danger, but he's run into... he just took on a bit too much that time, and surely that is ball.
Yep.
It is. So it's going to be Cairns. He's going to take it, and he's got to go forward quickly. Gets it inside 50. Up they fly. No mark taken. Ball goes on, bouncing around over there. Collins gets it. In fact, that's Collins there. Now they'll get it out. Tilliard, he's been good today as well for Mulgrave. Gets a handball off to a teammate. Funny little kick outside 50. Might come back in the hands there of number 13 of McDonald, who just slams it onto the boot. Mark almost taken by Murcott. Desperation. You can see him diving in there, but it's fallen for Davidson. He brings it out. Just decides to take a bit of time and just chips it to a teammate and finds it. So Austin Dean it is. He's a long way from home. Just pokes it down the line. Ball gets right over the back. Chasing back there is McGowan. He gets his hands on it now. The left foot up. Trying to go, well, he probably should have took for a teammate there, but a funny kick. It was a bit of a nothing kick in the end, and it's gone through for a minor score, but they all count. One more to the total. 51 plays 41 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, and we're halfway through this last term.
So that's Mulgrave by 10. As Ringwood work it on the outer side. Blythe got it off to a teammate. And they steady a bit. The kick went for Brown. He played it and missed it. It looked like a couple of blokes landed in the back of Jackson Collins, I believe. Yeah, he came up with it. Just to the right of the old scoreboard here at Jubilee Park. Up we go again. This time getting the tap down is Latchford. Been very good in the ruck today. Riley Valanis sees it over the boundary line. We'll have a throw in right in front of the scoreboard.
So umpire to throw it in. You can see the score in the background if you're watching on the stream, 51-41, so 10-point lead. And it's Mulgrave who win another clearance as they get the ball forward to about half forward. No mark taken. They play on, says the umpire. And that should be a ball up, you would think, as it's dived on there by number 17 and Austin Dean. Happy just to force the stoppage. So it's Ringwood that have to make all the play. Up it goes. And a bit of an all draw in the ruck that time as it comes out. But it's there for Tilliard, who's also been very good today. It's not a great kick, though, but it's inside 50 nonetheless. A bit of a holding, perhaps. Umpire says nothing doing. It was Bell who was appealing for the free kick, but nothing doing. And we'll have another ball up. So this is all eating up time that Ringwood don't really have. Up it goes again. Won by Ringwood out of the ruck, and they'll get the clearance this time as they go forward down the ground. Awkward, that cricket pitch, Sherry. The ball's done some really weird things out of there today. It'll kick forward by Ruskis, trying to find a teammate. One of the players, it's Tilliard, he's taken off the ball. Umpire says nothing doing. And is that a mark? It's going to be paid. I'll tell you what, it's getting a bit willing in there. It's taken by Jackson. Was that a boundary call I heard, boys? No, nothing. I thought I did. As the ball goes forward again, Murcotter, he's done really well. He's starting to come into the game in the latter stages of this one, and he'll go back and line up, and this is a must kick.
Yeah, it is. And just worried about Tilliard behind play at the moment, holding his ankle, which I'm sure Josh is all over.
Yeah, I was just about to say, he does look a little bit gingered. The trainer has, and the water carrier has come out now, so keep a close eye on that one. That could be 3 down for Mulgrave.
That's not the person you want to lose.
You know, they certainly haven't had the rub of the green on the injury list. So here's Murcotter. He wheels around. The kick is there.
Wow.
Murcotter's put it through. I tell you what.
He's given it the Ficcarelli.
That is a fantastic goal. He didn't take a lot of time. He looked pretty confident. He's gone around the corner, which is very much in vogue these days. And we're back within a kick. 51 plays 47. Mulgrave ahead. And we've had 13 minutes gone in this last term.
That's the second goal since half-time for Josh Murcotter. 2 very important goals.
He's been very good, and it looks like Tilliard's staying on the field at the moment. He's pushing forward for the lines.
Yeah,
Josh.
he's just literally, he ran off that ankle injury just before. He looks fine now, actually.
Okay, well, that's good news.
6:11:47 plays 7:9:51 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 13.5 gone in the final term. Up we go in the centre. Big fist out there by Latchford. It's a decent hit out to advantage as Ringwood try and find space. They go to the top of the paint of 50. It was a 1-on-3 in favour of Mulgrave, and Ruskis took the mark. 40 from his defensive line. He's smiling. He was talking to me pre-game about getting a dose of leather poisoning, although it hasn't quite been him. As he kicks forward for Prosser. Davidson, who takes the mark easily. Davidson, further afield on the boundary. It was intercepted by Blythe, and then Jackson got involved as well. The easiest of marks taken inside 50 by that man who moves across, finds an option centre. It was either going to be Broad or Bell, and Bell took the mark. So this kick, very important for Jacob Bell around the grounds, Chief.
Croydon hit the lead over Waverley Blues.
So Bell to regain the lead for the home side. He comes in, cool, calm and collected. He's going to kick from outside 50. It goes all the way. It's marked on the line.
Hang on.
It's not marked on the line. And you can hear the Ringwood fans remonstrating as it goes over the line for a behind. Mulgrave to kick this one in.
Well, they are in a better position than the goal umpire. You go and ask them.
I'll tell you what, I'm not.
There's a bit of controversy out here. There's the kick, finds Gervasoni. So that could be a moment that we'll talk about at the end of the match. Out towards Tilliard on this near side. Taken over there by Williams. And I'll tell you what, the crowd, some of them still a bit unhappy after that last decision. And put on the boot of Williams. He goes inside 50 again. Coming beautiful mark. Is that Valanis, I think? No, it's Falloon on the occasion. He takes the mark. So Sun is out here. We've had 15 and a half minutes gone and the margin is 3. So still only a kick in it. He's the kick out towards, that might be out of the full. No, off hands, just in time. And we'll have a throw in just near us or just in front of us here in the broadcast position. 16 minutes gone, so plenty of time to go. And a season-defining match for the loser of these two sides in terms of maybe a double chance opportunity. It's Curtis getting it out of the ruck. That's a free kick for sure. And it's going to go the way of Gervasoni. So Gervasoni, he'll be in the reckoning for best on ground today. He's played particularly well. Little short kick out finds Valanis. Valanis just going back, happy just to slow it down here, Mulgrave at least. They've got their noses in front, but they can't ice the game yet. It's only 3 points. Here's the kick down the line. Up they fly. It was Curtis, he got the front spot, couldn't get it. Little kick forward there by Rodney Opp as the ball is on the ground. Hurry forward there by Jackson. Bobbling around, Jackson goes in and get it again, but nicely done by Falloon. He's going to have to get rid of it, and he does. Out there to number 18 and Davidson. Now it's in the hands of Tilliard. Looked down and out just a couple of minutes ago, but he's recovered. Bit of a Lazarus situation. Now it's knocked back inside, and it's another turnover going the way of Ringwood. They go back inside 50, gets right over the top. Mark taken. Is it going to be paid?
Or not?
No, he's not paying it, the umpire.
No!
He's given a free kick.
Wow.
What on earth, umpire? What are you doing?
Well,
Mulgrave to bring it out off halfback. What's going on there?
No idea. Lease got it off to McGivern, who sends it further afield in the direction of Gervasoni. Been fantastic, dispossessed, tried to recollect. High free kick on Gervasoni.
Balcony's losing it.
Yeah, I might turn the Atmos down.
Couldn't describe it any better.
They keep looking at us. It's our fault. That's the thing I'm worried about.
Gervasoni for Adam Booth. And it's the old Simpsons episode. He's asking, are they saying Boo or Booth? And there's one bloke saying, I was saying Booth. And Adam Booth.
Yeah, nice call.
Booth earns. No, I'll probably just ruin that one. Anyway, Adam Booth has got the free kick.
And those of us who are non-Simpsons fans have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh, just got to look it up. So, Adam Booth, here we go. To get that lead. A nice margin. You can hear the crowd. It's dead centimetre perfect for Adam Booth. Unbelievable stuff here in the match of the round at Jubilee Park. 8-9-57. The Lions lead Ringwood 6-12-48. What's Ringwood got in this next 5 minutes, Ray Baird?
Yeah, well, the pressure's certainly on them now, but what a luxury to have a 40-year-old who you can kick the ball to, and you know he can kick the goal from 42. Outside 50. He's an absolute legend.
Oh. Yes, indeed. The 42-year-old, he's been absolutely colossal in this last term. He's really taken the game by the scruff of the neck, and it's possibly going to be enough to get the Lions over the line. Or let's not go too early, but we are 19 minutes gone, and the margin is 9 points. So Ringwood need to respond, and they need to respond quickly. Up they go. Latchford just decides to belt it forward in the hope that someone can get on the end of it, but it's there for Ringwood, in the hands now of McGurvin. Loses possession, but then it goes into the hands of Valanis. They're under the pump here. Going back in number 35 is Rouskas. Gets it out to a teammate. Good safe kick. Now Hardy on the far side. As the sun streams down here. That's Ringwood. The kick forward. They've still got it. Mulgrave. Little funny little kick forward by Gladman. Trying to find a teammate in 17 Dean, but can't do so. Still got it though. Now they go in Burt. On board at least. Mark goes over the hands of the Mulgrave player. Ringwood, they need to just get it out here. Another goal here, and it's just about over, but they've got possession, and they'll bring it off half-back, but they've turned it over.
Nicely done by Geordie. Oh, wow. Sarkisian tried to gather. He had Gervasoni for help, so he's going to pick it up. Immediately tackled there by Mir Cotter. And you can listen to the Ringwood fans remonstrating as McGivern gets involved. A bit of a biff.
And that live ladder, Mulgrave back into third position on the ladder. Sorry about that.
So we've got the restart. There's that man McGivern again. Turns tackle up. Wowee. Absolutely amazing stuff here. Back thrown up. And here's best chance for Ringwood. They come out through Jackson. Times 10 is Broad. He's got to move on quickly. Broad for Cairns, doesn't take the mark. Jackson Collins in defence and gets the just applause.
So Jackson Collins has been really solid down back today. He's been like the Rock of Gibraltar. He finds a teammate in Jordan Falloon. So, and you're going to see a bit of this now. They'll just be happy to just wind the clock down. They're 9 points in front, so Ringwood need to find 2 goals. Hard to say how long there'll be to go in this quarter. We might still have it. They've been quite short quarters. Only been about 25 minutes, but you get the feeling this one might go a little bit longer, so maybe 5-6 minutes to go. Now it's Valanis who just goes back. They've got to get up there.
They're happy just to waste a bit of time, though.
Yeah, they are indeed. So Ringwood have got to get up there and try and force an error. They can't let them do this because this is just going to ice the game. Finally, the ball goes up the line and they've forced a turnover. So if they can get a goal from this next entry, but they've turned it over as well, Ringwood. So pressure from both sides as the ball is on the ground. And you can hear the Ringwood faithful calling for the free kick, but the umpire says nothing doing. We're just going to have another ball up, so up it goes. Push out of the way there from the big ruckman, and it's gone forward again. And here's Mulgrave going forward again. Another goal here, and it's over. Little tap on. Nicely done there by Latchford. He's been terrific today for Ringwood. Handball, little chip forward to a potential mark inside 50, not taken. Ball on the ground. It's all getting a bit untidy in the latter stages of this one. Comes out there to Davidson, I think it was. He got a ball out on the far side. Jeffersoni goes down the line. But it's bouncing on. You can see there's absolutely nobody there. Eventually they get there. Booth trying to get hands on it. He's been just incredible on this last term. Really has been the match turner, and the umpire says we'll have a ball up.
Ringwood 48 plays Mulgrave 57. An Adam Booth goal is allowed Mulgrave a bit of breathing space. So restart things opposite broadcast side. Ball's in the hands of that Ringwood man. Jacob Bell, one of the best on ground. As we can go to the Division 2 live ladder.
Yes, at the moment, Baroni still on top. Croydon have moved into second. Mulgrave third, Waverley Blues fourth, and Ringwood Templestowe only separated by a bit of percentage.
Ooh. So this is interesting from the umpire. He threw the ball up, but it was probably well short of the ruckman. And it was Latchford to try and belt it forward. Ball in the hands of that Mulgrave man now. Davidson wrapped up, and the umpire to call for it again. Up we go. All in dispute. Jeffersoni gave chase. Now here's Curtis, who can try and ice the clock again. They're going to do just that. Jeffersoni, hands off to Valanis. Davidson, I think it was, sent it inside 50. Now there's a chance for Ringwood in defence. They're going to send a long kick.
So they do indeed down the far side. Mercado, who's been really good in this last term, picked up over there in cries of holding the ball as Lease got caught. Now it's on the ground there. Trying to get his hands on it was Proza towards the boundary. Still in there. Mulgrave just keeping possession. There's Gervasoni. Been terrific in the, in fact, I was going to say the last term, but the whole game. Mark not paid there. They've got to get this out and they've got to do it quickly. Here's the kick out towards the side. No one in particular, but now they get a hand on it eventually. Ringwood into the middle of the ground. Bounce short of the man there as they'll go forward. Can someone get a mark? It's about a 4-on-1 there. Not much chance of that happening as the ball goes back into the hands of Valanis. Gets it out to that man who's been absolutely superb today in Sarkisian. They're out on these, going down the wing here. Mark taken there by McGurvin. So you just about think that Ringwood's race might be run here. Every time they go inside 50, Mulgrave seem to repel them. Back it goes. Sarkisian just happy to slow it down. Slow it down. This is ridiculous. He's almost gone off for a cuppa. Here he goes eventually down the line.
That's what they want.
Up they fly. It was Latchford. He got the tap. Is it going to stay in? No, it's not. Tilliard sees it over. And we'll have a throw in around about the half-forward line.
Three-quarter time score at Roval, 133 to 33.
Let's go down to the boundary as well.
Michael Rouskas came off a little bit ginger before us all, so Mulgrave might end up finishing with one on the bench.
So it's going to be a tough few weeks ahead, with finals on the horizon for the Lions. After an up-and-down campaign, Gervasoni and Valanis combining. Valanis gets it back off the hands, back inside 50. There's the siren! A resounding victory for Mulgrave. And 2 wins on the trot if you think about match of the rounds. The final score, Mulgrave 8-9-57, defeated Ringwood 6-12-48. Unbelievable stuff. Besto, go through the goal kickers.
So Adam Booth kicked to 4. He was absolutely colossal, particularly in that last term. Singles to Hardy, Valanis, McGivern and McGovern. And then for the losers today, Ringwood, a couple for Murcotta, singles to Williams, Jackson, Blythe and Bell. But a terrific game out here and a richly deserved victory for the Mulgrave side. They were put under the pump for a large part of the game, but in the end they really took control in that last quarter, and Ray, well worth that victory.
Absolutely.
Sorry, I was.
That's all right.
Pay attention, please.
I was writing something. What do you want?
He's waiting to see if BWS replies back to
I
the
was
last
writing
score.
down something.
He turned the hearing aids off last week at the Sunday podcast, and now he's.
Okay.
Oh, dear. I was just saying Mulgrave well worth a victory.
Yeah, no, look, Mulgrave, they were good. I just felt that after quarter time, their midfield for a start, as far as I was concerned, the Smalls, they got on top around the ground level. And as far as Ringwood were concerned, they depend a heck of a lot on the big two, Murcotta and Williams, Jacob Williams, down forward. Whereas Mulgrave, although Booth kicked a handful there, they looked far more dangerous going inside forward 50 for me all day, Mulgrave, than what Ringwood did.
All right, let's go down to the boundary for some post-game interview. Josh Ward and Blake Tennant. Over to you.
We've got Connor Tilliard and Adam Booth alongside us. Connor, terrific victory. Must be pretty happy to have gotten the job done and confirm a final spot.
Yeah, mate, it's awesome. Massive day. Obviously, jogging out early, and obviously Fletcher Roberts has been injured too. So, yeah, tough, mate. Not a pretty win, but we'll take him. And to see where the club's at now, mate, it's awesome. We dug deep and we got the win, and on to next week. Hopefully, we can lock up a top 3 spot and get a second chance.
And you must have been pretty proud to have done it without Ling Chong as well, and Fletcher Roberts as well, who's sitting on the sideline.
Yeah, mate, it's awesome. I think the depth, as tough it is without them, and how good they are, and it shows probably where we're at as a club, how much depth we've got around the whole ground, not just our mids and forwards. So to be able to get that done with 2 on the bench on the biggest ground in the league, not easy, but yeah, mate, it's awesome.
And playing with a pretty electric midfield group as well, must be always exciting to run out alongside the likes of Tyler Valanis when he's playing, Riley Valanis alongside players as well.
Yeah, it's huge. I think Gussie Jeffersoni's been massive for us as well. Those 2 boys, Riley and Tyler, just electric. When we win it on the inside, we know we've got pace to bet on the outside, so we love coming here and playing games on big ground. So, mate, they've been awesome. Everyone around the ground. Bryce as well. So.
Yeah, well, Blake, thank you so much, Connor. Blakey, over to you.
Yes, just got Adam Booth here, mate. At the age of 42, I can't really see a bigger senior footballer do what you did today, just 4 goals. You must be very proud of how you went today, and I know you've got a few bodies on you, and you're still kicking goals. It's great to see.
Yeah, I've probably been a bit quiet last few weeks, so I wanted to get a kick today. Otherwise, I think Rich had his eyes on me to play the early game. So,
Wow.
But mate, we just had to get the win. We had to scrap it. That was a very Mulgrave-like win. The boys just have a genuine dip, and I still like playing with them. It's great.
Just come for a look. So we, just judging based on that game, it was a season on the line for both clubs, and the way that you had to do, there was a couple goals, like even you kick 4, but realistically you set up about half a dozen as well, and you must be proud about how the mids got in there, your forwards did a lot of work as well. How about that?
Yeah, absolutely. I think getting Lynn and Fletcher out of the road, let local boys go, and mate, they stood up. So it's a lot of reward for effort. We've had some hard years, and a lot of these young boys are stuck fat, and they're getting the lick of the ice cream now, which is great.
So a big win here. You moved to 3rd place on the ladder now. Got Templestone next week, another big game. It's like a final series coming up for you guys at the moment.
Yeah, mate, it's a good intro into finals. They're always hard to beat. We've got a great rivalry with them. But I'll back us from anywhere, so bring it on.
No worries there. Adam Booth there. Boys, back to you.
Great stuff from our gents on the boundary, Josh Ward and Blake Tennant, chatting with the two great players of the Mulgrave Football Club, Connor Tilliard and, of course, Adam Booth. And Well, boys, shall we go to some awards? I believe, Ryan, we're going to start with the MEGT Rookie of the Day.
Yes, and I believe in front of you, you've got our eligible nominees for this. It has to be 21 years or younger. So Ringwood have quite a few, and Mulgrave have the 2. Jono, who's available for this one?
So for Ringwood, we've got Jacob Broad, Ewan Webber, Tom Murfitt, Jeremy Broad, Noah Atkins, and Jager Davis. Before we get to that, though, let's go down to the rooms. Here's the Mulgrave Club song. It's not too far away. We hope we can get it. Who's calling it? Good on you, boys. It's a great part of the broadcast indeed.
And the Mulgrave song, thanks to Tobin Brothers Funeral, celebrating lives. And Jono, I believe we actually might go through the Sportsco Eastland.
Yes, let's do that.
Our 3-2-1s verse. So you lead us off. You direct us. You tell us who's going first to do our votes.
I reckon I'm going to give the 3 votes to Manny Sarkisian. I think he was absolutely fantastic. It's a toss-up between Adam Booth and Angus Gervasoni for 2 and 1. So I reckon I might give Angus Gervasoni 2 votes, and Adam Booth gets the 1, even though he probably should have got higher, as they often say. Brett Beston, over to you.
I went with Sarkisian for 3. I thought he was absolutely fantastic. He really was magnificent. Adam Booth took the game on his back in that last term. He was absolutely incredible. Gervasoni of votes as well, and are we doing the MEG Rookie of the Day as well?
We'll do that
very
after.
Very soon.
Yeah, sorry. So, okay, so that's my 3, yep. My 3 votes, my 3 players, sorry.
Yep.
Is anyone keeping track? I was trying to write it down. Chief, have you got that?
Yep, got it. Mine.
Sarkisian at the moment.
Wow, yes.
Yes, I'm my 1 vote. I'm actually going to give Tilliard 1 vote. I'm a big fan of Tilliard and the way he played today. Probably wasn't his best game because his best is very, very, very good, but it was still very handy for them. A lot of pace and uses the ball pretty well. Second, for my 2 votes, I was leaning towards either going Booth or Sarkisian. I'm going Booth for the 2 votes. He certainly stood up forward and doesn't miss very often in front of goal. He was, I think, arguably the difference between the 2 sides. But I thought Sarkisian's 4-quarter effort was just outstanding. So for me, Sarkisian's still the best on ground.
Indeed. Ray?
Yeah, look, I gave 1 to Connor Tilliard. I just thought that he played a captain's role out there for 4 quarters. 2 I gave to Manny Sarkisian. Fantastic over the whole 4 quarters. But for me, the best player on the ground, and he started in the first minute of the game, and it was Angus Gervasoni. Yeah.
So
Boothie, Boothie, I just feel that Boothie was fantastic, but it's those little hard workers that get the ball down there that I like, and that's why I've left Booth out.
Boothie's probably haven't had enough awards over the years, hasn't he?
Yeah, that's true.
Fair enough. Paul, would you like to offer your votes?
I'm giving 1 vote to Gervasoni, 2 to Booth, and 3 to Sarkisian.
So I think Sarkisian is well and truly in front. Josh Ward?
Angus Gervasoni for 1 vote. I'm going to give Manny Sarkisian the 2. I thought Adam Booth was my best on ground. The wily veteran still got it with the 3 votes for me.
Absolutely. Blake?
Yeah, I'm going to do something different. I thought number 12, Thomas McCowan, was very good for Mulgrave, so he's going to get my 1 vote. I thought Big Boofy, just incredible player. At the age of 42 to do what he did, he gets my 2 votes. And the player that you guys alluded to as well will get my 3.
So that would be Manny Sarkisian?
Yes.
Very good. So I think the eyes have it. So Manny Sarkisian, the winner.
Sportsco Eastland.
Sportsco Eastland Player of the Day. Congratulations Manny, let's go down. Let's go now to our MEGT Rookie of the Day. Apologies for going a little bit too early. So again, with the victors first, let's start off with Angus Gervasoni and Manny Sarkisian. Now, this has happened before where, Manny's played a great game in both matches of the round but can't have 2 awards. So he is effectively ruled out. So that leaves Angus Gervasoni for Mulgrave and for Ringwood, Jacob Broad, Ewan Webber, Tom Murfitt, Jeremy Broad, Noah Atkins and Jager Hanlon Davis.
Angus Gervasoni for me.
Well, look, I gave Angus 3 votes, so as far as I'm concerned.
It's a one-horse race, I think. Yeah, Angus Gervasoni for
All right. I think the ayes have it. Yes, the ayes have it indeed. So congratulations to Angus Gervasoni, the MEGT Australia Rookie of the Day. And now let's go to one of the biggest, contentious issues of today, because there's been so many great goals, and thanks to Tobin Brothers Celebrating Lives, they have the Goal of the Day award. Best, I'll start with you. What do you reckon?
Adam Booth for me, the one from the boundary, wasn't it?
The far side.
Yeah, that was pretty special, so that would be my pick.
That was mine as well.
I mean, I'll go with that as well.
I am going to go with Booth, but Riley Valana's soccer goal in the goal square, mind you, was pretty good and smart.
That was pretty good.
That was really good, but I think Booth's goal tucked up to the boundary was better.
Well, Adam Booth was actually involved in that passage of play.
He got the goal assist.
So
Booth
deserves
an
award.
Booth.
Absolutely.
I'm going Booth.
Cool. So congratulations to Adam Booth, club legend of Mulgrave, and indeed a legend of the EFNL, the winner of the Tobin Brothers Goal of the Day. We've still got a bit of time.
We've got a lot of time.
Ryan,
we are finishing
should we go to...
we can do scores.
scores.
I'm just having a look. We've got another ad break in 10 minutes or 12 minutes, so we've got plenty of time to really dive into everything, which I'm sure Brett is loving at the moment. Looks like he's had enough for the day.
He's ready for that cup of tea.
Yeah, certainly right.
One of the players there.
There's certainly been a lot of interest around the league. We'll start with Premier Division. After the break, we might get into a few other things, and with the boys on the boundary who should be now going to get their photos of the award winners, might do a couple other things for us, potentially some interviews. Let's start in Premier, though. South Croydon. The whole script flips in Premier Division. 36-point winners over Bourne-Ray.
Oh, the giant killers.
They are.
Giant killers.
But they just can't beat Blackburn and Vermont, the two sides next to them.
That's right. Yeah, no, you're dead right. They
So-
proved me totally wrong.
Oh, yeah, I was very surprised by that result. So we'll get into the ladders a bit later, but that's a big win for South Croydon. Noble Park versus Blackburn. Here we go, Brett. Here we lift your mood a bit.
Drum roll, please.
68 to 5, 12-42. Not a final score, but that is
It's
a
over.
massive upset.
It is over.
And how can you predict this, Davis? The Premier Division it looked. Look, I can't wait to do my run home article again and look stupid because I'm predicting something else, and that is a massive result. So I'm just getting stuck on it. I think South Croydon will be in the top 5 again, and Blackburn will be back out. So close. I think actually Davis Harrigan here has popped on for the mic.
He's got the mic indeed.
Yeah. Well, Josh has loaned it to me for a bit. Look, I think Blackburn home are always going to be up against it. Noble Park on the day are very good, so I'm very rapt for them. But I think just having a quick look at the ladder, it does set them back. So wins and percentage are going to play such a part in the next 2-3 rounds, given that there's so much time left. So where they are positioned, I think is still enough to probably do top 5. But 1 win, 1 loss either way to the teams above, and it's going to be a big challenge.
Yes, absolutely right. So very interesting how that changes all again. So we've got so much time, so we will talk that through a bit later. East Ringwood are going to defeat Norwood 16-11, 107-5, 9-39 out there at Mullen Reserve. So they'll boost their percentage on top. And they will almost just about be locked in for that top spot with Bourne losing. It gives them room to make an error in the final 2 games of the season. So very impressive from East Ringwood. Roval 24-8, 152 to 4, 11-35. I don't know if it got even bigger than that, Ray, because you've been getting those updates in. But do we have an update on how many Lockie Wine kicked? Because he had 4 in the first quarter.
I've been trying to get that, Ryan, but it hasn't come through as yet.
It'll be very interesting. And that is a massive result in terms of margin-wise. And they just probably confirm that they won't drop percentage comparing that to Vermont. That Vermont won't be able to chase them down, I mean. And this game it's going to go for a bit longer because there was a serious injury on the field in the first term. So I'm not sure what stage of the game it is. But Vermont, it's only 6 points, 5-9-39 to 5-3-33 Berwick. So potential upset.
They do have the clock on Play HQ as well. It does say 19 and a half minutes gone in the third. So I don't know how accurate that is, but it must be in and around the ballpark.
Could be correct.
They only started the second quarter around 4:02.
Gosh,
very interesting.
Good job. It's a nice day because it was really overcast. They might struggle to get finished on the light.
Yes, I'm glad we haven't got that for the match of the round because it's be a long afternoon for you, Brett. South Belgrave pulled away. This looked like a potential upset and a very inaccurate South Belgrave. This is in Division 1, 12-18-90 to Bayswater 9-2-56. And Bayswater led by 9 points at three-quarter time. Only get the one goal in the last quarter while South Belgrave kicked 8. So a win for South Belgrave locks them up for the double chance in the Park Orchards Doncaster game. Whoa, geez, let's go Boundary.
Yeah, I've got Angus Gervasoni alongside me, the MEGT Rookie of the Day. Angus must be pretty happy to have gotten the job done.
Yeah, awesome win. God, man, everyone just played well. It was a good win.
Must have been pretty happy to have done it as well without a couple of key players as well, mainly Ling Jong going down in that first quarter.
Yeah, he's not bad, Jongy. He goes all right, but everyone played well. Without him, everyone stood up.
It was a bit of a statement as well, without Jong and Roberts as well.
Nah, they suck. They're both. I'm kidding. Yeah, good win, and we all just played well, and it was good that we all could win without those two superstars.
I'll just chuck the headset on. I'll throw it up to you guys if you have any questions.
We got Angus now.
Yo.
Congratulations, mate. A fantastic win for the club. And with Croydon and Waverley Blues playing each other, you've actually moved into the top 3. So the double chance is now yours to lose. And it just sets yourself up for what is going to be a massive final series.
Yeah. What do you want me to say that? Yeah, it's good that, I don't know. Good that we got a good opportunity.
It's all right, mate. Look, what about your up forward, Adam Booth? How impressed were you about his game again? Hit the scoreboard, kicked 4 goals, I think, and was really impressive. What's it like playing alongside him each week?
Yeah, it's a privilege playing with him. Can't believe he's still going at that age. But, yeah, it's awesome to play with him, and he's just a great leader and a great bloke as well.
Absolutely. I'll give you one more. If you want to go, mate, you go.
I'm out of here. Thanks, mate.
No, thanks, Angus. A fantastic game.
Cheers for that, boys.
No, sorry.
Maybe not media trained is Angus, but he did play fantastic, and he is the MEGT Rookie of the Day, Davis.
I put it in the group, but when I was down photographing the song, I spoke to one of the trainers really briefly. Don't know much more, and I don't know how easy it was to see. Certainly didn't see it through the camera. But apparently Eddie Wilson may have a lower leg break, potentially fracture of some kind. So it looked like it was a bit higher, but it's not.
Just saw him just going to the ambulance as we speak just then. So terrible news for the Mulgrave Footy Club. Hopefully all things are going well, and send love to the club and of course Wilson, of course.
Absolutely.
I think we should take the Rookie of the Day off, Chivas. That was the most appalling interview ever.
Well, Ryan Long did say to me, pick anyone.
What's with Josh's mic is screaming in my ear.
Sorry,
I turned it up for Gervasoni.
What I would say is that was a mighty fine display of the old full credit to the boys interview. So I reckon the MEGT Rookie of the Day should be reinstated on the basis that, well, rookie by name, rookie by nature. Now, Ryan,
we are going through scores at the moment.
Still going with Division 1?
Yes, Doncaster Park Orchards. Park Orchards 13 goals, 98 to 4-4, 28 Doncaster. That game did finish 10 minutes earlier due to a head clash.
Correct, yep.
So we'll await the news of that one. But Park Orchards going on very strongly. Mooroolbark, big winners over Wanturna South, 22-14, 146. To Wani South, 5-11-41. So 105-point win in what Spider said was a game that had a lot to play for. Big win from Mustangs. Montrose defeated North Ringwood 14-9, 93 to 6-6-42 North Ringwood.
Yep. Big win indeed for them.
Mitcham also locked up the double chance with a win over Beaconsfield, 10-6-66 to 8-11-59. And the Eagles actually hit the front late in the third quarter and looked like they might actually get across the line. But that's a fairly good result for the Eagles, Ray, despite not getting the 4 points. they're a side that's certainly going to make their impact in the final series.
Yeah, there's something about them that you've got to like them, the way they play their football and everything. That even though they haven't won, I think they'd go into the finals confident.
They certainly would take some confidence out of that and take some positives. On the other side, Mitcham, very good win for them because they do have Park Orchards next week, so a loss would have meant a potential loss of the double chance with Montrose. I believe got Wantirna South last round. He's on his phone, so it doesn't matter. We'll jump into Division 2.
Yes, they do play Wantirna South at Walker Reserve.
Some big results there, Ryan. And
absolutely.
I mean, where do you want to start? Perhaps Baronia, probably inevitable. They've had a tough season, the Basin, haven't they?
They have, and Baronia 19-18, 132 to 7-7-49, the Basin. Honestly, to get within 100 points of them, the fact that Baronia have really just put away a lot of sides, even final sides, I think they can...
Just quickly, I don't want to bring the tone of the broadcast down, but where did Basin go?
They're in trouble.
Yeah, 16 losses on the trot.
17.
17, sorry, it was 16 before today.
Yeah.
They've just got some real problems there. I don't know where they go from here.
They do, and look, they're going to have a look at the list and a few other things. Obviously, the change of coach during a season is never ideal, and so early on. So they've got to work out their direction. They'll be going to Division 3 next year, Blake, and you never know. We've seen Knox and Upper Ferntree Gully. Knox are going to play finals, and Upper Gully were, in the conversation in the last round. So you can make a quick improvement.
Yeah, definitely. And with the 19s of the Basin, they were the premiers last year in the 19s. So they're kind of going through that Forest Hill-like sort of thing, where their 19s have pretty much predominantly been playing in the seniors sort of thing. That's how I see with the Basin and how they're going. But yeah, maybe a new era sort of thing down at the Basin. They're still looking for a coach unless they've announced it. I'm not sure.
What, who?
The Basin. Have they announced?
Joel Perry, I think is going on.
Isn't he the interim coach? Or
I think he was the interim coach.
Did they not confirm him for next year?
No, I don't think they have.
Okay, yeah, well, they've got to sort
I believe, the Basin do believe, because I did speak to Michael Keitemone, who is their football operations manager. He reckons he will go on next year, but we don't know. We can't predict things, but that's the way I see it. But yeah, it's going to be a new era for the Basin going forward.
Yeah, and I think it is great. They're giving those young kids a chance. I think it's 4, 5, 17s they've played this year. They're only going to improve from here.
And I just want to tell you about my stat that I found out during the week as well. So obviously Baronia play Ringwood next week, of course, but Baronia haven't actually beaten Ringwood in over 9 years at Tormore Reserve, boys.
Well,
so
that's quite a good.
They have not beaten.
Someone's told him that, but that's good.
They have not beaten. I'm telling you, they have not beaten Ringwood.
He knows that because he's been around a long time.
He has.
Yeah.
Well,
He's
supposedly the historian of the AFL
as
media
you say,
team.
Ray, you got to do your homework, and I did my little bit of a homework.
Doing your homework's all right, but making stuff up as you go along, mate.
That's true. It's true, Ray.
Jono,
we are.
Yeah, sorry. I reckon I was going to say something, but we might as well discuss that after the break. Let's go to a break then. We'll be back to wrap up the coverage right after this. Thanks so much for joining us. Be back soon.
Oh, Waverley.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy to use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Yes, indeed, it's time for the wrap-up after the Eastland match of the round, where Ringwood were defeated at the hands of Mulgrave 6-12-48. to 8-9-57. John O'Vennon and the crew with you to, well, dissect a fantastic conclusion to the end. Well, I suppose a conclusion to this game. But one thing I was going to say before we went to the break, Ryan, is it feels like it's the last game of the year, but it's definitely not. And there's so much to look forward to come next week, given some very big results. I believe you've got a graphic for us to come soon, or you may not.
I'll give me a couple of minutes. We're still setting this up. But you're absolutely right, because what does happen is both Temple, because Temple had a big win over Lilydale.
Massive win. And 15-10, 100 to 6-7-43 there.
Correct. And you've got the Heathmont score in front of you as well?
I do indeed. It was a win for East Burwood, 10-8-68 to 5-15-45. So a lot to look forward to coming into next season for the boys in black and white of East Burwood. So a
good win by the Rams there.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Well, yeah, they've actually been able to finish off the season quite strong in the last couple of weeks. I know it's all too little, too late, but it's at least they're getting a bit of respect back on the scoreboard, back on the ladder, and we're still. I'm getting new to this to these graphics. Just sent it through, Lee. I think
it's fantastic.
Does it come through?
Things at once,
there we go.
But,
so we're going to get the having a look at the live ladder.
It's coming,
and it'll be up on the screen in just a second. But
oh, you can't see it there. Hang on.
We're almost there.
And that's what happens. Ringwood has actually dropped to 6. Templestowe moving to 5th, and they've jumped them on percentage with a big win over Lilydale. And then Croydon have dropped to 4th, which is very surprising. They ended up getting done by 24 points over by the Waverley Blues. Mulgrave into 3rd. So this opens up the conversation for now next week. Ringwood play Boronia, as Blake mentioned before the break, have a great record against the Hawks, but you don't want to be going into that game needing to beat the reigning premiers to make it.
But then again, for Boronia, they don't want to be lackluster, and they will not stop. I reckon, they might want to kind of ram it home, and I reckon.
1 second, Blake. I'm going to give it to you in a second. Just before that, Templestowe play Mulgrave next week, so Mulgrave need a win to finish with the double chance. They win, they'll earn themselves a double chance. They lose, and Templestowe win. Templestowe are officially locked into the finals. If they win, Templestowe loses, Ringwood loses. It could come down to percentage and how much both sides lose by as well, Blake.
Yeah, and like I saw, we saw it on today as well. Baronia, I reckon they're going to go full strength now, just due to...
They've got the bye, don't they, first week?
Yeah, I know, and they want to get the momentum going forward. You know, they rested Malice today, and I feel like they're just going to go full strength, get their full strength ready, because they do have a week off, as you said, Ryan, and I'm sure they want to get the momentum ticking over the legs, especially after with a week off coming forward.
Yeah, definitely right. So it does make it quite interesting in the fact, Josh, that even if they don't win, both Templestowe and Ringwood cannot afford to get smashed by their opposition. If they stay close, they're going to be checking the scores of the other game as well and working out exactly just where they sit.
Which is going to make for a heck of a time next week for yourself with the live ladder. Which
I might struggle with that.
So yeah, but it's remarkable, all these percentages, and it's a lot tighter in Division 2 remarkably than it was Division 3.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sorry again, Brian. I think you just mentioned it just then. Who did Croydon play again next week? Sorry?
Croydon play Heathmont.
Okay.
So you would back Croydon in to beat
Croydon.
Heathmont with the Jets season pretty much done. But, I mean, again, they'll probably be pretty disappointed with that last quarter to be run over the top by the Waverley Blues and miss an opportunity.
I don't know if we've already said this, but obviously the top two is we would assume fairly set at this point. Obviously, Baronia and the Waverley Blues. The Waverley Blues have the base in next week.
Well, that's the other story, isn't it? The Waverley Blues, how good they've been to this afternoon to lock up a double chance.
I know we're talking about that game, but if you think about the last time those two sides played, the Basin were all over Waverley until Waverley kicked 10 goals in the last quarter. I know things have definitely changed since the last time they played, but that's another thing that
something for them to keep in mind. Absolutely, but
it's definitely been a case of Schadenfreude for the Basin, who have had a lot of things over the course of the season. You know, a lot of bad things happened to them, and they've had a really tough run. Obviously, I don't mean to recap every single one of those things, but it has been fairly tough. But I think maybe they've got to set those foundations going into the last round of the season and just hope to rebound really well next year.
Yep. Did South Croydon get the win?
They did, Blake. They did, and
they
Blackburn
proved me wrong again.
And Blackburn lost to Noble Park, so we'll jump into that ladder in a second.
Sorry,
Division 3, because Ray's probably deserves to give it to me on this one. He was proven correct. Oakley District won by 29 points, and they locked themselves up in top 5.
So that being the clapping thing, Lee.
So that being said, if folks you listen to us on the weekend forecast, I believe the bet was that our media manager had to read a few bedtime stories or to tell a few bedtime stories to Ray's grandkids. So would you rather he tell footy stories or fairy tales?
Look, I've got nothing. I've got nothing to say. I've just got a smirk on my face. That's all.
Well, book me in any time, Ray. So that's doesn't matter what the other results happened, because all Oakley District had to do was win. It didn't matter anyway, because Surrey Park defeated Upper Gully.
Someone on this panel yesterday did pick East Burwood too.
Who was that?
Did you really?
The Spider had East Burwood as his roughie.
Spider always tips them.
That's a good point.
Spider didn't.
He had them as his roughie,
the
though.
angry bird.
Yeah, well done. Right. He gets a lot right, Ray. And Upper Gully
gets a lot wrong too.
Hang on, he's giving me a little
Besto goes bang.
Speaking of
just
Besto,
don't pitch his umbrella
speaking
again.
of Besto goes bang, I note that on the last match of the round that I was on, you had a few things to say about the Olympics.
No, we're not getting into Matilda talk.
We're not going to have a follow-up to Besto goes bang. Fair enough.
No, I'm not giving him the opportunity to do that. Let's jump back into Division 3. Donvale defeated Fairbuck by 52 points. Surrey Park defeated Upper Ferntree Gully by 64 points. Coldstream, 104-point winners over Sylvan to round out their season. Knox defeated Warrandyte by 121 points. So the final ladder, Donvale on top. Surrey Park and Knox will play in the qualifying final at Bayswater Oval next week. And Coldstream will take on Oakley District in the elimination final right here next Sunday as well, which will be the Sunday match of the round, live streamed. Division 4 results at the end of the day, all pretty actually one result that really came close in the end was out at Springfield Park. Croydon North fell 2 points short, 69 to 71. Whitehorse winning that game.
I did tip this game as the closest of the 3 games in Division 4 this weekend, and it got closer than I thought. I was thinking 3 or 4 goals, not 2 points.
Very impressive from Croydon North Hemlock, finishing the season strong. Kilsyth Finally, a big win for them. 154-point winners over Nuttawading, 172-18. Churnside Park, 74-point winners over Forest Hill, 115-41. We already know that division ladder is all locked up. Jono, before I throw it back to you, the Premier Division ladder, as we spoke about, now updated. South Croydon have jumped Blackburn and now sit in 5th. Blackburn sinks 6th. They have a very handy percentage of 145, but they're now relying on South Croydon to slip up in their next 2 and win their 2 games, which includes the trip down to, actually it might be a home game, but they've got Baldwin as well on the run home, so very tough for them. East Ringwood 2 games clear of Baldwin on top. Roval, a game clear of Vermont, but that game's still going on at the moment, so that potentially will even up, and both sides will still sit on 11 wins apiece. But that is how we are looking at the moment.
Ryan, I have a final score at Seabeck.
Yep.
Final score, Roval 27-10-172.
Wow.
Doncaster East 5-12-42, so 130 point. And I believe they're not 100% sure, but Lockie Wine kicked 7 or 8.
And that's the second time now that Doncaster East have lost by a margin over that too.
Shoot.
Yeah, it's been a disappointing year for the
BWS
Lions.
has just switched
has
off the
been.
broadcast.
Yeah, he's already turned off, hasn't he?
I think he probably saw it coming, given that. But I tell you what, boys, isn't it just fantastic? We're coming to this stage in the year.
This time of the
Women's
year.
finals is upon us, and well, Wardy, you're not the only person that wants a black and white women's team to get up to tomorrow. So we've got a bit to look forward to tomorrow, don't we?
Well, there's a very important women's match of the round that's taking place just down the road from H.A. Parker Reserve, Donvale North Ringwood.
Forgot to say, junior grand finals tomorrow as well,
Yeah.
everyone. So
Get around it.
Yeah, I'll be down there at Pinks Reserve for the 17s grand final. So
Best of luck to LKLM Media covering all of that. Lee, you excited?
Thrilled. It's very busy time. I was just thinking, as you were saying it, I started thinking about all the grounds just there, and then look, we've got 11 grounds to cover, 41 games overall, but also we've got the women's game tomorrow.
You do a great job, Lee.
Will you be tomorrow, Lee?
I'll be Kimberley Reserve on the back of my van.
So it's very exciting indeed. As Wardy said, we've got the women's match of the round tomorrow, and plenty of finals to come indeed. But let's wrap things up and say farewell to the team for another week. Besto, thanks so much for calling with me, mate. It was a fantastic game.
Pleasure, mate. All good.
Ryan, with the graphics and the live ladder, fantastic stuff.
Oh, yes, we'll certainly lean into that in the final series, I think.
Do you have a sneak peek as to who's going to be on the weekend recovery as a special guest? Have you figured that one out yet?
For a coach?
Yes.
We might not have a coach because we're going to do it super early because we've got to get out to the women's after. So unless a coach wants to jump on at
bright and early, mate.
8 o'clock, I'm not too sure. But
it's a massive day.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Thanks,
No
Jono.
sleep in on Sundays for the recovery.
It's a massive day ahead. Ray Baird, thanks you so much again, mate.
Thanks, Jono. Great game of football, and well done to Mulgrave.
Yes, indeed. Paul Yaconi in the Stat Centre as always. Thank you.
Thanks, Jono. Thanks, guys. It was a great game.
Yes, indeed. Our boys on the boundary, Josh and Blake, thank you very much.
Always a pleasure being down on the boundary, especially out here at Jubilee Park.
Yes, thank you very much as well.
And last but certainly not least, making a cameo appearance for perhaps the first time ever, Davis Harrigan. Thank you very much for joining us, mate.
Thank you. 450 games down in this league and a few more to go this year.
Fantastic. So thank you so much for joining us on the Eastland Match of the Round. As we said, it was Mulgrave winners 57-48. And we'll see you again very soon. Plenty of action still to come in season 2024.